Okay, so shit. Mm, 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 how about that? Okay, that should be it. Yeah. It's been definitely a while since I played. Should be able to remember everything that's been going on here. Ba-ba-ba-da-da. Really? Okay, guess that doesn't work. That doesn't work. This way, the Palace of Darkness. Sounds like a lovely place. Let's go there. Want to make sure I'm exploring everything properly. Oh, okay, that's just the save button. Okay, that was the yeah. All right, this is the map button. Right now, I'm in the big bad place. Gotta go to the objectives that are on the map. Actually, yeah, the objectives. That would probably be the best. way to go about this. The next objective being downwards, so try going downwards. Oh, okay, I can't go there yet. Oh, did I just skip over this? No, I just forgot. I can't go there. Hold on. Um, Oh wait, there's another entrance. Hold on. Could try that. Wait, is there another entrance? Yeah, I don't think there is. The only way down was downwards, and yeah. Maybe I just need to go to the palace. Yeah, that Palace of Darkness place. Trying to see how far I can go into this game without having to look at a guide. There's no side quests likely that would require a guide in order to even know how to get them or pull them off. Of course, that does mean I'll likely be missing on a few things in the game. That's fine. Oh, the fuck? We need things like select something that you may like. Thank you very much. This is the medicine of life. Help you recover your life. Is this anything new? You don't need that item. Okay, so that's only if I lose the shield, I suppose, from one of those baddies that eat your shield. Okay. I will say, of course, that if it takes too long for me to figure out what to do next, I'll just bitch out and look up what the next objective is, because it has been a while. Because admittedly, it has been a while since I played this game. Entirely on me. But if it takes too long for me to discover where to go next, I'll just say fuck it and look up what my next objective is. Just that and nothing else. Lake of Ill Omen. I was like, fun, let's go there. Oh, I didn't get that. Whoops. get curses to anyone who throws something into my circle of stones. Throw something into the circle of stones. Oh, I see. Alley-oop. So what now? Was it you who disturbed my peaceful nap? I'll give this to you if you go away. This is the Quake Medallion. It's magic that causes the ground to shake and defeats nearby enemies. Watch your magic meter. Really? Oh, that's interesting. Oh, it just absolutely deleted that guy. Oh, I can't get that. Whoops. This is the full screen wipe. Okay. Wait, so what now? Did I sequence break or something? I hope not. Ah, no, I didn't. There you go. Hmm. I have to go see if I can just go at it through the long way around. Wait, and I can still see how else I'm supposed to move. Oh shit! I forgot I had that equipped. What? Just turned them the money bags. I didn't know that could happen. Here. Oh. Well, I don't exactly want to die, so fill it up. We got the beam back. Pretty cool. I was hoping to get that back a bit earlier, but doesn't seem like HP is something that would be particularly easy to come by. Okay. Pretty busted to just. Oh, I bumped into my PC setup. That's okay. Should be okay. Other than my pain. No. Wait, did I already do this? Yeah, I'm pretty sure I already did this. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I already did this. I'm not sure what's going on here. Maybe I would just go downwards. That's what it seems like the next crystal is. Paying attention to make sure that thing didn't take away my full HP bar. Oh, the giant just left. Kind of sucks that you can't just scoop up the fairy. I don't think they made that feature yet. Or at least it doesn't seem like they've had that available by this game. Hello, big fairy. Probably shouldn't have done that actually. I should have likely saved it, held on to it. Well, it just comes. She just comes back, so I guess it doesn't matter. That is a no-show. Forget about that area. Can I screen wipe? Oh, screen wipe just turned them into bags. Also, I don't have any magic now. Well, about to run out of magic, I should say. Oh, this is back to where I was. Ooh. I have to really think. Did I really get everything? The answer's very likely not. Get over. Wait, what if I just use that magic hammer on those in that place? I don't think it'll work, but I might as well try just to discard the option. To know for sure that that's not the solution. Oh wait, this little thingy's here. Hold on. Oh, there you go. It turns out that was the solution. I just gotta get back there. Did I stream correctly? Oh, I gotta check because I don't think the capture card's working right. I'm walking around in circles specifically. I'm looking at OBS, and right now it looks like my capture card is streaming at a rate of a literal slideshow. Well, actually, the capture card's working perfectly fine here on my end. Yep, the capture card's working perfectly here. And I don't really know what's up with OBS. Let me check. Maybe it's literally just an OBS issue. Go. No. Yeah, no, it's not just an OBS issue. It is a... Yeah, it is showing up on my stream. Ooh, not sure what's going on there. Yeah, I generally don't know what's going on here. I'm trying to see what's wrong here. Yeah, I just don't know what's happening. I thought for sure that it was working just fine. It was working just fine all the other times I was streaming. I'm fairly certain of it. Really sucks because I was really hoping to finally get to play some console games. Pretty old one. I don't actually need a console to stream this game if I was really determined in doing so. But it does limit my options of streaming to a level I'm not necessarily comfortable with. I know I have a plethora of PC options to play. I would just rather play something on console, especially it's not going to be a problem anytime soon, but when Umamusume comes out, no, not that's already out. When Kingdom Hearts 4 comes out, that is non-negotiable. I have to be able to stream that. Either that or I have to just stay the fuck off the internet while I play through that whole thing. And I would much rather do a full playthrough of that game on my stream. So I don't know what's happening. Uh-huh. Yeah, I don't know. Because I'm viewing right now on my on the actual through the actual capture card, and the capture card's working perfectly fine. It's for some reason OBS disagrees with this. And I'm not sure what's going on. If I toggle full size mode. Is that it? Was this just full size mode that was giving me a problem? Are you serious? That was it. I think that was actually it. It was actually just full size mode. Oh, and that kind of sucks because it doesn't look all that great. It's the native size. Seems to be going fine now that I exited full screen mode. I'm not happy with this. I mean, I guess the option is to just delete like the top and bottom half. I could do that. I just don't want to. I understand that I could do that. I just don't really want to do that. I would prefer if... Hold on. Hold on. What if I move it to this screen and move everything over to this screen? Actually, no. That if I move everything over to that screen, it would kind of just stink. So what if I do toggle full screen, right? And then I would start bringing things in slowly. Yeah, if I full screen this onto my other monitor, okay, it does seem to be working a little more now. I gotta bring back the chat boxes. Not that there's anyone in chat right now, but you know, one never knows. Yeah, so you just never know. So I do want to keep everything in here. I guess that's it. Yeah, I guess that was it. I just had to full screen it on my other monitor. This is my primary monitor. I would prefer if it's not here where everything's full screen, but I guess maybe it's just the resolution size. The game's trying to force a resolution that it's either not capable of or I don't know. Honestly, I'm not an expert. I'm not gonna pretend I know what the fuck I'm doing here. But it did seem to fix the issue. It did seem to fix the issue, I want to say. Yeah. Okay. I'd say that's good enough. So I'm gonna switch back because the way I'm streaming this right now is that my primary 1440p monitor is what I'm using to manage OBS and everything. And my 1080p monitor is what I'm using to play the game. I'd say I'm okay. I typically use 1440 when I'm playing anything on PC, like say the gacha games I usually play, but I'm using the 1080p monitor for if I want to play anything on consoles. So this is my direct view since my Switch is directly linked up to the monitor itself. Or rather, the capture card is directly linked up to the monitor itself. And the program I'm using is capturing that. Yeah, you know, usual capture card stuff. Anyway, that's enough. Enough testing. I'm pretty sure I got the gist of it. We understand how this operates. No magic. Yeah, no more magic left. But I just need to wipe the whole screen quickly. I just need to perform a big screen wipe. Bonk. Oh. This way, the bomb shop. Well, okay. All right. So, yeah, I was confused for a bit there, but thankfully, I did not have to, in fact, look up at a guide to know where to go next. Oh, I can reach up here. Didn't know that. Bonk overhead. Ah, I missed. Oh well. Yeah, the stream now kind of looks weird since it's not true 1080p. I think it has to do with the different resolutions because I'm streaming right now the output is 720p rather than 1080p. The reason for that is actually quite simple. Twitch does not have variable quality options. That's one quality option and that's it. If I try to stream at 1080p 60 frames, it's going to be a huge issue for Twitch viewers since they will now be forced to watch the stream at that high of a quality option. Not everyone has the internet capable of capturing that footage. Whereas on YouTube is way better. All right, just straight up YouTube is infinitely better for streaming simply due to the variable quality options. It's not even close. If it were up to me, I would have solo streamed on YouTube, but I do have a few viewers on Twitch, and Twitch ultimately is, even though you likely aren't going to get as big of a potential audience on Twitch, I've read about it, you know, not as high of a audience as the one on YouTube, but it is where you would go to if you want to watch a streamer. So it's more specialized towards that, it does ultimately make a lot of sense to stream on Twitch. And in general, it's just multi-streaming. You have to stream into as many places as possible. The only reason I'm not streaming on Kick is because Restream is not letting me. And there is apparently a plugin for OBS that lets you do multi-streaming. And I'm going to be so honest with you guys, I'm too stupid to figure out how to make that work. The moment I make that figure out work, oh boy. I'm going to be streaming to Kick. Fuck it, maybe even Facebook. I'll be restreaming if I manage to pull that off. But for now, we are simply managing to here. Because I know I need to pay a premium apparently on Restream. If I want to stream to more than 2 places, I'm not paying shit. 100 rupees for 30 bombs. 30 bombs for just 100 rupees. Please buy them, mister. I only have 10. Apparently, you can upgrade to 30, which is interesting. But not something we can really take advantage of right now. Go downwards. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, I thought it was right here. A bit further down. Okay. Left. And I'm a bit late streaming. Should be 7. In fact, I'm not really supposed to be streaming on Monday. I do have a lot more free time this week than I would think to have, so I decided to just play a little bit of Zelda. I could have just gone to it is Sahasrara. Objects exist simultaneously in both worlds with similar shapes. If the form of a thing changes, it will affect the shape of its twin in the other world. Oh, really? Okay. Well, what do you want me to do about it? I guess it's just telling me to go to the other world. Yeah. Do I just go here? Okay. I get it. Oh, shit, wait. Hold on. I forgot about that. That is indeed something I forgot about. Oh, fuck. Wait. Move, 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 move. Okay. That opens that up. And we go back in. Right? Oh. Okay. So we cannot cross this right now. As much as I would like to. We need something that helps us cross water. Okay. Swamp of Evil. Sounds friendly. I not have anything that can help me out with this? Yeah, I don't see anything. It helps me read shit. Magic's travel between worlds. Quake is quake. Shroom. There was nothing. Bomb. Bomb long distance. Nothing hammer. Nothing lamp. Related. Couldn't even use the lamp if I really wanted to. Hmm. There anything here? Just nothing I can access at the very least. No entrance, no escape. Well, if there's no entrance, then I can't go in. So no escape is irrelevant. There's nothing to no way to get inside in the first place. Hello. After wandering into this world, I turned into this shape. I enjoyed playing the flute in the original world. There was a small grove where many animals gathered. I want to see that place again. I buried my flute there with some seeds. Will you try to find it for me? Yeah. Thank you for the shovel. How was your day? Oh, not much happened. Just trying to mess with the the capture card settings. Make sure that because this game was looking a bit funky, but got it working out. Oh, shit. I need to teleport away. He just disappears. Well, that wasn't it. How about yours, Akapa? How's your day? While I get here, get some shoveling going on. Hey! Nice. Here's the flute. Looks more like an ocarina if you ask me. Music surely has some mysterious power. Really? Guess I didn't do anything here. Let's try playing it here. Hey dude, look what I got. Thank you, Dice, but it looks like I can't play my flute anymore. Please take it. If by chance you go to the village I lived in, please give it to a tired old man you will find there. Well, my mind is getting hazy. Please let me hear the sounds of flute one last time. Oh, he turned into a tree. Sure. Let's start getting up. Otherwise, fine. After reviewing the assignment due to essay, really like they're not as bad as my mind had to be. Yeah, it's good to know that you get to work on the assignments and you should be fine. I was actually thinking today if I should continue writing or play some games. And one of the reasons I wanted to play Zelda today, aside from my schedule being cleared up, is because I accidentally went down a path I told myself I wouldn't go to. That's right. I was looking at videos on writing advice again. I told myself I wouldn't do that anymore because it seems innocent enough at first. You run to a video that says, if you don't follow this writing advice, your story fucking dies and you will explode. And I think to yourself, well, I kind of don't want that to happen. So you check out the video, and the video is usually about 20 minutes long of writing advice, and then all of a sudden your YouTube feed is once again full of more writing advice, and you're going down the rabbit hole of writing advice YouTube. Fuck, I can't lift this, damn. It's not like I wasted so much time doing that, but I had to force myself to stop doing that because I recognized if I kept doing that, just going down the rabbit hole of YouTube video upon YouTube video writing advice, I was actually going to waste a lot of time. Not only that, but I was also going to get a lot of self-doubt about, am I really sure that this story is okay? Is this something I want to present to others? And truth be told, I honestly think the conclusion I came to is that honestly it doesn't matter. Just there's a chance that it probably could be improved one way or the other, but most important thing is I just need to stop trying to go through the whole rabbit hole of looking up YouTube writing advice and then going back to rewriting the script on everything, because if I keep rewriting, then I'm never gonna actually finish. So I just need to hard focus and go, no, okay, here's the first draft. I'm gonna rewrite this shit to tighten everything up, and then I'm just gonna present it and just hurry it and just wrap it up, because otherwise I'm never finishing. I'll finish installing this application used to reduce video file size, hopefully working to reduce one of the BMW OVA episodes I have to do without sacrificing too much quality. That way I can download all 3 out into one DVD. Oh, that sounds interesting. Excuse me. Were the BMW OVAs released on DVD? I know a lot of OVAs back in the day, and honestly, I think some even now are released on DVD discs rather than Blu-ray discs or even 4K discs. I actually don't know of any. Now that I think about it, I don't know of any anime that actually released on 4K disc. At least nothing. Yeah, at least I can't think of anything at the moment. Yeah, because I know that's the reason why a lot of anime quality episodes of OVAs, I mean, are very funky quality, because you think, oh, it's just 720p. That was the standard DVD quality back in the day, right? No, dude. No, DVD quality back in the old days is something like 480p on a good day. Yeah, DVD quality was way worse than you remember. It reminds me of how I wanted to recently rewatch Final Fantasy VII Advent Children. Dude, I remember... Could have sworn that a Season 1 or Season 2 Blu-ray disc contained the BMW OVA. I'll go check. Oh, sure. Alright. That if it's contained in a Blu-ray disc, then the quality is definitely gonna be much higher, of course. But I remember recently I wanted to rewatch Final Fantasy VII Advent Children. Dude, I fucking loved that movie back in the day, and I wanted to rewatch it in the lead up to the final part of the Final Fantasy VII Remake series. But okay, there's a few problems. If you don't know, Advent Children is a movie with multiple versions. There are multiple versions of that movie that exist. So when you're hunting down for a copy of the movie, you have to be very, very careful, or you might get one of the older versions of the movie. Not that I find the older movie versions outright bad. I'm gonna be honest. I'm speaking from a very biased perspective because I watched Advent Children at a very impressionable time in my life. If I were to rewatch the movies nowadays, the movie, I mean, well, not movies, the movie nowadays, I probably will likely find a lot of more problems with it. I know my brother rewatched Advent Children a couple years back, and he told me, Matt Dice, please don't rewatch that. That movie is garbage, and honestly, it probably is, but I don't care. I still want to rewatch it. But yeah, but the main problem I was getting at is that Advent Children was originally released on DVD, so it is at 480p quality in those earlier versions. I think the newer versions of Advent Children do up the quality enough. I'm not sure if it looks perfect, because remastering old movies, from what I've heard, is kind of a very difficult art to pull off. A lot of times when companies try to remaster old animated movies, a lot of the quality in the transfer to 4K or Blu-ray even just gets completely fucked up. It looks really bad. So I'm gonna have to be extra careful on which version of Advent Children I try to hunt down, because it could really lead to it could lead to a significantly worse visual experience. I could end up in a situation where I watch the movie and think, well, this movie looks worse than I remember, and odds are it's because it would actually look worse than I remember. Hello, howdy, light worlder. Looks like a straight shooter. Want to try skill in my shooting gallery? I give you 5 shots for 20 rupees. If you're as sharp as I think you are, you can take breaking the rupees. Aim carefully. Oh, that's a meter. Okay, okay. Fuck. 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 God damn it. Do it again, please. Fuck. Oh, fuck. 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 God damn it. Okay. Shit. God damn it. God damn it. God damn it. Okay. I know I'm cheating here, but if I do the if I don't do this, I'm literally gonna run out of money on this bullshit, and I don't want that to happen. I did the shooting manual game Phantom Hourglass. Took me a while to get a score over 2,000 to obtain the hard container. Phantom Hourglass, alright. I think all the Zelda games have something like this, right? At least I don't remember them being as immediately unintuitive as this one, because it does feel like the speed at which the arrow flies isn't quite as intuitive as you would think it is. If it flew just a bit faster, I think it'd probably be easier. Yeah, but right now, as it stands, okay, that's one. One. Let's try that again. Okay, we know we got 4. Do I get anything from doing all 5 shots in one go? Do I get anything, or is it just rupees? Is this just rupee farming? Because if this is just rupee farming, I'm just gonna get out of here. Fuck. Okay, so it's like a chain attack. There's a score multiplier. The more it goes, the more shots you go in a row. Okay, that's a fucked up hitbox because I know I got that last one in. Mika says you only earn rupees here. Okay. Then I'm just gonna get out of here then. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just gonna get out of here then. I'm not wasting all my coins on something like that. Where I can't even consistently pull it off to make it a rupee farm. Welcome to the treasure field. The object is to dig as many holes as you can in 30 seconds. Any treasure you dig up will be yours to keep. Only 80 rupees to play. Using a clock outside of Umamusume. Yeah, I didn't want to use the rewind feature because obviously that'd be very cheap. I'd be done with this game in what, just a single stream if I just reversed every time the slightest inconvenience happened. But I have to do it here because if I don't, I'm just gonna run out of gems, wasting, you know, run out of money on bullshit that I don't actually need. Okay. Where's my shovel? Wait, where's the shovel? Wait, did I lose the shovel? Wait, am I? What happened? Where'd the shovel go? Okay, no, you're gonna have to explain the instructions to me, man. I had a moment there. Oh. I don't want to dig. Welcome to the treasure field. The object is to dig as many holes as you can in 30 seconds. Any treasure will be yours to keep. Press Y button to dig. Okay, the Y button to dig. So, okay. Okay. Yeah. Speaking of Umamusume, I actually recently started doing something. I recently started, in terms of Uma, I mean, I recently started watching season 3 of the OG Pretty Derby timeline. Oh, I wish I shot there. Because I actually never watched season 3. See, the way I got into the Umamusume anime side of things is crazy. Because I watched the first season. This was about a year before the game came out. And I thought to myself, it's fine. But I'll probably check out more if I'm interested enough in the game itself. And then the game came out. And I watched the second season. And I enjoyed it enough. But rather than go for the third season, I wanted to check out what the non-team spic side of things looked like. So I skipped over season 3 and I watched Road to the Top and Beginning of the New Era, and that was it, honestly. I thought, man, I genuinely thought, man, I should have just started with those instead. I think those do a, you know what I mean, the Road to the Top and New Era do a better job of introducing you to the Uma series, at least in its current iteration, better than the OG Pretty Derby seasons. I think those are fine, but it's just I can see myself recommending, say, Road to the Top way easier than the Pretty Derby seasons. Is that it though? Do I just have to leave the screen and come back? I recently started rewatching more like watching for the first time season 3. I only watched about 2 episodes last night, but I enjoy it and I enjoy it enough to check out the rest. It's like I said, I don't think the Pretty Derby seasons are necessarily bad. They're just of significantly lower quality than the standard that the series currently is right now. And I think that's kind of a shame because the problem is that the Pretty Derby seasons are what's in Crunchyroll right now. A whole lot of young anime Andes only use Crunchyroll to watch anime. They're not... you could tell that... you could... I think Road to the Top is probably, I guess, easier to get into because it's on YouTube with English subs, so it's not the worst thing in the world. Trying to convince someone to check out, say, Beginning of the New Era or Cinderella Grey, because it's not in Crunchyroll, it's just an unnecessarily high bar for 99% of modern day anime fans to clear. Basically, from what I've observed for the younger audience of anime, of the current anime generation, if the show is not in Crunchyroll, it may as well just not exist. You may as well tell them you made it up. The 4th Blu-ray disc of Season 1 contains BNW OVA episodes. Now that I think about it, I don't think I ever watched the BNW OVA episodes. Yeah, I think that's the one... That and Season 3 were the only ones I was really missing. And you know what? I may as well check out BNW, because if it really is... It's not that long, and if it's really the only animated entry I'm missing, you know, I'm just thinking I may as well just check it out just to say I watched all the animated entries of Uma, because it's not like there's that many to speak of in the first place. Oh, right. The other thing this does remind me, outside of the anime, it does remind me to check out the stage play. What's it called? I think the Umamusume musical is called Sprinter's Story. I remember an English subtitled version of that being released a while back. I definitely want to check that out. I heard that they depict racing on stage as tap dancing, which I think is just sounds really funny. See, this minigame's way better. See, all I gotta do is dig. Okay, so I can just ignore the prizes. The prizes are gonna be there as they don't despawn it. It's not immediately as soon as the timer runs out. I don't know if this would get the original uploader in trouble, and I don't know if the text of this comment will be enough for if you cause it. So maybe don't. Okay, I go what you mean. I won't say it out loud, but yeah, don't worry too much about the ability for me to procure episodes of anime, because The only thing I will say about that is that back in my day, we didn't have Crunchyroll. You see, I'm from an older generation of anime fans because, from what I've heard at least, the overwhelming majority of anime fans, and when I say overwhelming majority, I truly mean that from what I've read, stuff like Crunchyroll statistics, the overwhelming majority of anime fans in big 2026 are between the ages of 15, 20 years old. And so we're talking about people that only started watching anime within the last 10 years. They don't know what watching anime without Crunchyroll was like. So I am of course way older than that. I'm almost twice the age of the average anime fan, and back in my day, we didn't have Crunchyroll. If you really wanted to watch anime the legit way, the way you do anime was watched legit is like this. You would either have to wait for it to come out in Japan, right? Then you'd have to wait months and months for the Blu-ray releases to come out, or no, rather the DVD releases in Japan to come out. Blu-ray didn't exist until stuff 2011 with stuff like Bakemonogatari, and got really popular. I mean, I believe K-On! Was also pretty popular on Blu-ray. And what ended up happening is that after releasing Blu-rays that contained about 2 episodes slowly each over the course of several months, and the whole thing was already out in Japan, then the show would get released in English about a year, sometimes even nearly 2 years after it came out in Japan. And you were lucky if it ended up on anywhere with an official streaming service, because streaming services back in the day weren't really a thing. So if you really wanted to keep up with anime and watch new episodes as they were coming out, you didn't really have a choice. You had to find the episodes through unofficial methods. And see, that's the generation where I'm from. So when it comes to finding anime episodes, see, that's not a problem for me. If it's I don't even use Crunchyroll outside of the times I'm in my brother-in-law's house. But for the average anime person, you try to explain to them. I remember this isn't really just about anime, but even video games are like this. Because stuff like this, like the Nintendo Switch Online, with being able to give you the ability to play old video games, this only started happening within the past decade. If you wanted to play an older video game like this, you had to find an unofficial way to play it. Because odds are, the console was already way out of date. You were perfectly in hell, in the perfect valley where the console was old enough that it and its games were not being officially sold in stores, but you weren't in the modern day and age where old video games were being sold back to you through stuff like the Virtual Console. Virtual Console was a godsend, but even during that, trying to access old games was not easy. And I remember talking to a family member about playing, for example, the older Fire Emblem games, because after playing through Fire Emblem Awakening in 2012, I wanted to try out some of the older Fire Emblem games. And it just so happens that at the time, if you wanted to play any of the old Fire Emblem games, your only option was just to play through unofficial means, because the DS games were out, so you couldn't really play Shadow Dragon, and Shadow Dragon itself was very hard to find. Anything with Game Boy Advance was, by 2012, no game store was carrying Game Boy Advances, and retro game stores weren't nearly as prevalent as they are nowadays. Anything older than that, and you didn't really have a choice. So I remember talking to this family member of mine, explaining to them how they could set up their phone so that they could play old Fire Emblem games. And even though I swear the process is very simple, they just didn't understood very well how to do that. I explained to them very easily the process, and ultimately their big takeaway at the end of that explanation is, oh, I'll just wait and let you do it. Since, yeah, I don't want, since they're either too afraid to fuck something up, or they just found the process so complicated. And it wasn't just them. It was so many other people I've talked to about being able to play games through unofficial means or watching anime through the unofficial means. It pretty much same story. 9 out of 10 times, the person I'm talking to thinks the whole process is way too complicated, and opening up your credit card to pay for, say, Switch Online or Crunchyroll, because it's just like that, it requires no thinking on your part, they would just rather do that. Which I understand, but man, I remember being so frustrated thinking, fuck, dude, they're not even gonna try. Oh, that disappears. Shit. Yeah, I guess I have to get the big, heavy, lifty thingy because the digging prize, the big boy digging prize is probably hidden back there. At least I'm assuming so. I don't know if that's the actual case. I wish I was more tech literate like you. My older brother or dad with their links related to game shows are not really available. I dabble playing official and fan-made GBA games. You see, that's the thing. That's just the thing. I don't really consider myself a tech literate person. When it comes to messing with stuff on, say, Ren'Py, for example, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing when opening shit on Python, on a Python script. I have to look up guides on my other monitor just to do something as simple as a screen transition, or stuff like, or when I have to open up the command line on, say, Linux. I genuinely don't know what I'm doing. I don't really see myself. I don't see myself as a tech literate person, but it's more so by that I have lived in a time when you had to know where to look for things and how to install them. And doing that, being able to know where to look for things and how to install them, it was essentially the bare minimum requirement just to experience, say, a lot of older media that companies only very recently started making things available, and not even all of them. But now and that applied to a lot of shows. Say, even an anime. I remember when I first started watching the very first anime. I remember the very first anime I started watching as brand new episodes were coming out in Japan was FMA Brotherhood. And me and my sister had to learn where to look for things, or else we would just have to wait like a year or more for whenever Funimation decided to release the episodes. And even then, it likely would have been very difficult because either we'd have to wait for the Toonami release, which was English dub only, or so meaning you don't really have the option to watch the sub version if you prefer that, or B, you would have to wait for the DVDs, which, yeah, anime DVDs, I don't think I need to tell you that's very expensive. That's the one thing I'm glad about the modern day anime watching culture, is that the physical release, as painful it is to not have it anymore, it has more or less gone to the wayside. And Honestly, I'm kind of glad for it because physical anime release is just way too expensive. There are times where you just pay a whole lot of money, like hundreds, we're talking something in the ballpark of hundreds of episodes for hundreds of dollars. I mean, hundreds of dollars for maybe about about a dozen episodes. Yeah, it just never sat right with me. I remember buying the physical release for Fate Zero back in the day. Dude, you want to know how much Aniplex sold the physical release for Fate Zero? We're talking... Oh, man. In hindsight, I really shouldn't have bought it, but I remember just liking the show enough that I bought Fate Zero for, I think it was close to $400 US. Yeah. Obviously, I would never spend that much on anime nowadays. But I remember at the time, I had just enough spare cash and just enough desire to collect anime physically to want to grab those. By comparison, something like, say, Code Geass or Gurren Lagann didn't cost nearly as much. Now, granted, I didn't watch Code Geass or Gurren Lagann. I didn't buy them when they first came out. I bought those way, way later. Way after they've already been out for many years. So naturally the price would go down. See, because back then we had a concept. Back in my day, we used to have a concept where things would go down in price as the older they got. Not nowadays, where it seems like everything's getting more expensive the older it is. Yeah, there is a comfort to the level of convenience you can experience media nowadays. If you want to play an old game like Link to the Past, see, it's on your Switch. You don't need to you just need to download this app, give Nintendo $20 dues per year, and you're off. But I do have to admit that because the barrier for entry for a lot of these older, or some, not even all of them, but some older games is now so low that the more modern audience doesn't have the desire or know-how to access some of the older titles, that it's now going to be a lot harder to find the few things that are missing, which is a problem. This is actually a very real problem because if I remember correctly, there was a study on the preservation of video games, and I believe the study said something to the effect of 80% of every single video game created before 2015 has no legally accessible way to play them today. See, that's the thing. That's crazy to me. Think about it. Like 80% of all the video games ever created before 2015 have just completely impossible to play them legitimately today. Because the Nintendo Switch Online system is not perfect in the slightest. If anything, I think this is a massive step down from the Virtual Console where you could just buy the game outright. I would much rather just buy this game outright than have to pay Nintendo $20 to get it. Or at least just give me the option to buy it. You know, just have $20 per year option for people that, you know, are not sure what they want to get out of the system and just want to try out a little bit of everything. But you could also just give me the option to just buy a game outright if I really want to play it. Say, for example, the Nintendo 64 lineup. There are a lot of games I would love to play from the Switch Online, the 64 option. But doing so means I would have to spend $50 a year for an online, but paying $50 a year for an online that genuinely just isn't very good, and just to play older games doesn't sit right with me. That's $30 more than what I'm currently paying for not much value in return. I would much rather if Nintendo just made it so that in addition to this Switch Online system, you could just purchase the games individually. Just Virtual Console was already great. I don't know why that had to be changed. Thanks. At least give me the option. Okay. So I believe... Wait, is it even possible? Yeah, because I went through this area, like this area right here. But the problem is that I can't reach that village, so... Right. I think that's gonna be an issue, actually. Thought for sure it was probably an easier way to get it, but now this world is basically telling you, you know what? Nah, go fuck yourself. You're not accessing shit. My dad burned so many CDs and DVD discs up to the early 2010s with movies, and I wonder where he managed to find said movies. He always seemed like the absolute rule stickler, yet he did this for so long. Wonder what made him stop. Well, early 2010s coincides with the rise of Netflix, because Netflix did exist before the early 2010s, but at least to me, that's when I noticed streaming becoming big. That's when my mom got a Netflix account, and we all really stopped going to, say, Blockbuster Video Avenue, because my local areas did have video rental stores for a very long time, but it was around the early 2010s where I really realized I didn't need to go to the rental stores to watch older movies. And it's not like Netflix had absolutely everything, but it had enough to where I could comfortably think, I don't need to go to the video rental store anymore unless I'm looking for something very, very specific. And I guess you could argue that's what happened with stuff like anime and video games nowadays, where Crunchyroll has so many options that unless you, the viewer, are looking for something very, very hyper specific, unless you know what you're looking for, odds are Crunchyroll is literally the only thing you will ever need. Ever. You will not, unless you have a very, very specific want for a specific show or movie, odds are you will never need anything more than Crunchyroll to watch anime. It's kind of sad that mentality is up, because there's a lot of older shows and movies that aren't available on Crunchyroll. So for me, I don't really have a choice. It was never a choice, rather. Same with these games. Switch Online doesn't have everything. And even if it did, I would much rather just buy him. But it's like what my brother told me, where a lot of people who get Switch Online likely don't know what they want. They'll just randomly grab the Super Nintendo. Oh wow, I almost got hit by that. So yeah, they'll just randomly turn on the Super Nintendo Switch Online and go through the games randomly and go, this game looks fine. Whereas if you have to buy the game outright, they'll probably never play it, because there is a direct paywall preventing them from just getting the game. It's like the Netflix type of thing. Okay, so that corner doesn't have anything, meaning the only way I can cross is by crossing the river. We're going through all that to end up here. I'm not really sure about that. It's already down at number 2, and I don't think there's anything I missed there. At the very least, I sincerely doubt that there's anything I missed down there. Still need to... It's like I said, I do want to play this game blind, but if it takes way too long, if I recognize I'm taking way too long to figure out where to go next, I'll just say fuck it and look up a guide that at least points me to the next objective. At the very least, I'm getting the vibe right now that the next area I should be going to, at least this big area, is open-ended enough that in theory I should be able to do whatever I want in whatever order I want. That's the theory. In practice, there's probably a set order, which is aside from the numbers on screen. There's also the fact that a lot of these dungeons require a specific item that you get from a previous dungeon in order to access them. Shit. It's over. So we're so over. I wish I weren't so glued to YouTube and spending my procrastination time on there. But otherwise, I'd be using that procrastination to actually watch streaming sites that may pay for a subscription. But at the same time, so many streaming sites have similar problems as price hikes, getting rid of some movies or shows, even if they're original series of that series, simply not having what I'm looking for. Yeah, that's a huge issue. The problem is that when Netflix first became super popular, you didn't really have multiple streaming options. Almost everything you could watch was on one place, Netflix. Nowadays, there are so many streaming options that beyond just Netflix that I'm gonna be honest with you, the only streaming sites I really think about are the ones who have original content that I'm interested in. Say, if I'm interested in, let's say the live action One Piece, well, that's what Netflix is there for. I would just grab Netflix for the month they release the batch episodes of One Piece, watch that, and then just unsubscribe. Just detach my account. Obviously, that's not how you're supposed to play with the intended way to play with streaming services. They likely want you to watch more than just one program. That's just the way I've handled the system. As for procrastination on YouTube, I don't really blame you because I used to watch a whole lot of YouTube back when I was younger, and it's not like I'm completely cured on that front, but I do watch it significantly less than I used to. I do watch YouTube significantly less than I used to. Part of that is just me not being interested in a lot of the YouTube content done nowadays. I used to, for example, go through a lot of drama channels about real life nonsense, but then I realized that's actively making my mood worse. It's important to keep up with what's happening in your environment nowadays, of course, but I was looking up channels where I now recognize I should not be looking at that information, as they are delivering that type of information in a way that I now recognize made me very, very unhappy. That's all I'll say on the matter, because that's a bit of a complicated subject. But yeah, nowadays, yeah, you gotta be very smart about where you get your information. And I've used a lot of the free time to either get back to some of the my backlog of old games I want to play, or specifically as of late, I'm obviously writing Umamusume. Just getting into writing. Yeah. It used to be that on my lunch break on work, I would just have you turn on YouTube while I'm eating something on my lunch break or getting coffee. Nowadays, I just open up my notebook and start writing. Just pick up a pencil and start writing. Oh my god, this is like fucking East. There a reason? Okay, so basically whatever watery problems going on there. Yeah. Huge problem is that I can't cross the water in any way, shape, or form. That's not just stopping me from going here. It's also stopping me from going to the number 2 dungeon. I'm gonna be honest. I'm not sure if I'm supposed to be getting something, but I'm gonna try to see if I can. Oh wait, hold on. Wait a minute. Can I? Oh, there. Never mind. Okay, so there's probably an option to jump quickly to get to the shallow water. I'm not gonna. Really, I don't have access to that front. Okay, so I was there. This whole area is a dead end. That area is a dead end. This area is impassable. This area has a dungeon that I don't think that's dungeon's the area I'm supposed to be there for. And there's maybe one more area here I haven't checked. Maybe I'll try to go back to that area here. Maybe there's one thing I missed there. Maybe there's something I missed there. I'll fully admit. Wait a minute. Is there an area? No. Yeah, that's a dead end. Never mind. I think my other problem is that all the pushes for things that would make it harder to enjoy content as they please. The IDH very okay, making media almost the only digital and physical for. Oh no, the ID bullshit is so ass. See, that's the funny thing. They want to know something really fucking funny about the whole YouTube ID thing. Is that the YouTube account I'm using right now to stream, the one titled Dice Ishikawa, if I try to watch an age-restricted video, YouTube sends me a link that says, please send us a form of government ID verification to indicate that you are a grown-ass man. Which is bullshit, because I have an alternate account, and I never used my government ID on that alternate account, and I can just watch age-restricted videos there however many times I want, and whichever I want. Yeah, so YouTube's system that checks if you're a grown-ass man is completely fucking broken. I don't even watch different videos between the two accounts. If you look at the suggested video feed on my DICE account versus my alternate account, it's basically the same thing. It's basically the exact same thing. It's almost the same thing. It's to the point where I have to check the little avatar I have at the top of the screen just to see which account I'm on. But yeah, I generally don't know what the problem was. And I don't want to always rely on middleman to give me the stuff I want to watch. Yeah, so for unofficial media, am I allowed to say this on YouTube? Probably not. But yes, for unofficial media, all I'm gonna say is that it's generally not difficult to find how to watch, for example, anime or live action TV shows. It's not necessarily difficult. It just requires, the only thing I would say it requires is knowing which programs to get that would give you an accessible option for that type of content. That type of content distribution, I would say. Hey, YouTube, by the way, I'm not saying shit, so you can't prove anything. Yeah, that's not to you, Akaba. That's just to YouTube. That YouTube can't prove I'm promoting anything or anyone because I haven't said shit. That's all I'm gonna say is that that if you know where to look and search for, if you know what to search for, you could grab the necessary programs for the specific type of content distribution. And is it difficult? I would say no. I would say no. Maybe someone would find it difficult. Maybe someone would find it very difficult. Generally, like I said before, I don't see myself as, oh my god, could you like get out of here? I'm having a conversation. Like I said, I don't really see myself as a tech literate person. I was, oh my god, that thing just absolutely fucking killed me. But yeah, like I said, I don't see, it's not that so much that I don't see myself as a tech literate person. It's more so that I was active during a time when knowing how those specific type of content distribution methods work was the only way I was ever going to experience anything worthwhile. If I didn't know what to do when looking up those specific types of distribution methods, then I would never have been able to watch half the movies and TV shows that I truly love nowadays. Yeah. Yeah, that's I thought I could push that, but I guess not. It's the opposite. This account hasn't been hit, but my alt email account did. Not that I use that one much for YouTube, but it does make me afraid of making a new YouTube channel for my Uma. Yeah, because honestly, considering all the data breaches and leaks that have been happening with a lot of social media accounts and stuff, like the Instagram leaks, putting stuff like my government ID on YouTube, even if Google swears that thing is more secure than Fort Knox, it just doesn't lend to a lot of confidence. Yeah, I just don't know why they would do that. Look, I mean, look, I get it. Every motherfucker on the planet is gonna insist they're 18 years old. That doesn't work at all to keep kids out of unsavory material, but there had to be a much better way than giving these big websites your government ID. I just don't see the need for that. Lower videos, because I don't know if getting hit with the ID verification would impact anything beyond what I can watch on channel, like algorithm. It actually does. It actually does. I remember there was a YouTuber that talked about it, how if a channel got flagged as being for kids, the amount of content they could watch on YouTube was severely crippled. It was very severely limited. And there were times when even if you're subscribed to a YouTube channel, you will not get notifications for their new videos or streams. In fact, I think channels that have been flagged as being for children, I believe they are actually just either they're very unable to watch streams, and they just can't see any recent uploads. It was something insane like that. I don't remember all the details, but essentially it very much limited the amount of YouTube you could watch. I remember people trying to get around it, say the way people got around it when they were discovering that YouTube AI was giving you an age is that you would watch videos that no child would ever watch. You'd have to watch videos and streams whose content was something that no child would ever watch. I know it's not. Well, I'm gonna watch a GTA stream because that's a mature rated game. No, 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 man. No, kids watch that. Literally, the biggest audience for like a COD stream or GTA, that's literal children. So don't watch. Don't watch that. You have to watch like fuck. I don't know. Look up like the way I interpreted it. I'm not saying this is a surefire method. Is that I was watching old horse racing videos, and I don't just mean from horses that are depicted in Umamusume specifically. Rather, I would look up stuff like Real Quiet's attempt at the Triple Crown in the USA, and Seattle Sleuth's Triple Crown chat victory, and obviously all the PR horse racing videos. That also, I'm fairly certain that was a major, looking up all those old PR horse racing videos was a major contributor to making sure that other account was flagged as being definitely an adult, because nobody's watching a horse race from 1993. No child is watching a horse race from 1993 in the middle of the actual bumfuck nowheresville that is PR. Of course, like I said, that's like I said, I'm pretty sure no one knows how any of that stuff works on how YouTube flags your account. I'm convinced no one actually knows. There are some people that may understand a little bit. How, oh yeah, we've done a bit of experimentation, and it does seem that if you do this or that, then YouTube starts leaning more heavily one way or the other. But I don't think anyone knows for sure how any of that works. And I'm gonna be completely honest with you, I genuinely don't know how the algorithm works. Not just of YouTube, of just social media in general. I don't know. I know that supposedly, did you know that supposedly on Twitter, allegedly, the way Twitter's ID works is that, see this, that they put you on a tier list, where if you barely use Twitter, if you don't use Twitter at all, then your account gets flagged as a potential fraud account, and it shadow bans you. And if you try to put links to other websites, then it really shadow bans you. And if you try to mention even just the name of other websites, like say Patreon or just YouTube, no links, there could be no links at all in your post. You could be putting like Patreon or YouTube or whatever, and Twitter could just shadow ban you. And supposedly the only way to get around that is by getting the premium Twitter option. And I'm gonna be honest with you, I have no idea if any of that is even legit. But if you told me that Twitter severely limited your reach unless you paid for premium, I would definitely believe that. I would definitely think that is within the realm of possibility. Trying to look for, see if I'm missing something. It's the Shadow Temple, right? Oh, hello. You're new here, aren't you? Did you come here looking for the power of gold? Oh, you're too late. We'll obey only the first person who touches it. The man who last claimed the power of gold wished for this world. It reflects his heart. Yes, I came here because of the greed for the power, golden power, and look what happened to me. Restore the golden land. The person worthy of the golden power must defeat the man who created this place. Until that time, I'm stuck in this bizarre shape. What a mischievous thing to leave lying around the power of gold. Triforce. But it is really interesting how, at the very least, that whole idea of Twitter will shadow ban you if you put a link or even just the name of another website on your post is prevalent enough that, to my knowledge, a lot of big content creators if they want to mention there's an update to Patreon, they'll say, hey, update on the P site or in the Butterfly app. Or if they want to say Blue Sky. So at the very least, enough people believe that that is very likely to be true. I'm not saying it is true, but enough big content creators believe in it that it very likely is true. Which really sucks, because the real reason I still use Twitter, I'm just gonna be straight up with you, is just to advertise my shit. The day Twitter completely blocks external links is the day I'm just gonna deactivate my account there, because I don't think there's any real reason to use that if I'm not advertising the things I do. There's literally no reason for me to be there beyond just looking up DMs of people I might be interested in. And sometimes not even that, because I tried talking with someone on DMs last night on Twitter, and Twitter just blocked notifications. It was not giving me the notifications that someone sent me the DMs. Which really sucks, because if you're, let's say for example, looking for an artist to work on my current project, then I will have no idea if they send me anything unless I manually go to the DMs page and hit refresh there. Twitter's not gonna send me notifications of that. And if that's happening to me, it's very likely happening to other people. So the crazy, all I'm thinking here is just the potential situation where an artist could just be waiting and waiting and waiting and thinking they don't have DMs, that no one wants to commission them. But then they actually dig into their DMs page and see that there's a bunch of messages that they have not read. As you can imagine, that sounds like a huge issue. Again, just leads me to the thinking that genuinely, what am I even doing with this? If I can't communicate with other people, do something as simple as talk to other people in this social media website, what am I actually doing? I just use Twitter to find art or for Uma lore research from official JP Racehorse related accounts, or accounts posting images of pages of good sources like Yushin Magazine. And I know I can find art online elsewhere, but I feel like every online artist is still on Twitter and just Twitter. Yeah, because there used to be a lot of artists more... Excuse me. So there used to be a lot more Japanese artists on Pixiv. What happened is that many years back, there was a big purge of Pixiv. Pixiv burned a lot of goodwill. So a lot of Twitter Andes, a lot of Pixiv Andes, at least from Japan, became Twitter Andes. And that's a huge issue because, well, for starters, trying to archive something on Twitter is fucking terrible compared to Pixiv. In Pixiv, if I want to look up, say, Umamusume art, I can just type in hashtag Umamusume, obviously in Japanese, and look it up that way. And on Twitter, on the other hand, a whole lot of people just don't don't type a hashtag or type the word Umamusume on their posts. So you would have to go to an individual artist and go to their media tab and then just keep scrolling all the way down until you find what you're looking for. That is a huge issue. That is absolutely terrible. The Pixiv purge was absolutely one of the worst things to happen, if you ask me. Yeah, and the worst part is that you kind of just have to, you kind of just need to keep your Twitter account, because so many artists there that are open to being commissioned still have their Twitter open. So I have to, what I'm doing is that I have to go through Twitter search option and just search for people that are open with open commissions and pray that Twitter doesn't eat the DM notification. Shit, there are times where I feel like that about Instagram, where it almost feels like the Instagram notification doesn't work. Yeah, I am at a point where if an artist that has commissions open doesn't have an available email I can just directly access, I may as well just not even try, because if it's not through email, there is very low chance they would respond in my experience. It almost feels like a reverse of one of the biggest advice one of the biggest pieces of advice that I've seen about social media, where if you are not on social media to advertise yourself, you are the product. Yeah, which is something I really started thinking about a lot, where I'm mostly just there to either advertise myself or find someone who is advertising themselves. But it seems like social media nowadays is built to keep you trapped in. Which is why I really don't like having to use Twitter longer than I absolutely have to, because the way I describe places like Twitter and Instagram, it's loud. It's loud. It is an assault on all my senses in every way, shape, and form. Yeah, that's so annoying. I wish they'd actually use tags or AdWords to make it easier to even find art without getting lucky from an algo recommendation. Finding random art doesn't help. Using that word will bring up unrealistic results. Yeah, if you type in the word Umamusume, you will get every single post that types the word Umamusume. You would have to go through the media tab. And the problem is that even in the media tab, someone could just post, say, a reaction GIF. And just the word Umamusume is up. And the other problem is what I mentioned earlier, that even if you are a big artist, even if I do find the specific artist I'm looking for, I have to go to their media page, and I have to scroll all the way down until I find what I'm looking for. And if the person is the type of Twitter Andy that likes to respond to people with a lot of reaction GIFs, then that media page is gonna be long as fuck, dude. That media page is gonna be an unnecessarily long. Is there a specific thing here to find? I don't think so. Cause I'm doing this. Nothing here. Okay, let's go inside the cave. If there's anything here. Hey, I'll tell you a profitable story. You pay me 20 rupees. I mean, yeah, sure, why not? Alright, thank you. They say there is a tiny circle of rocks in the lake at the source of the river. I don't know what will happen, but it might be fun to throw something into it. Yeah, see you. Already did that. Oh, you healed me, so I guess it wasn't completely bad. Yeah, at least on Pixiv. It's not like Pixiv was perfectly organized in tags, mind you. Don't get it twisted, but Pixiv allowed you to better search for things if the person posting them was actually good at tagging their shit. And you were absolutely rewarded for tagging your shit, because your things are always going to show up in the tags if you properly tag your shit. On Twitter, nah, man. Your ass is cooked if you're trying to look for something specific on Twitter. Even you could have perfectly tagged it. That shit's gone now. Oh yeah, and I haven't even talked about, bro, and I haven't even talked about the other problem with looking up art on, say, Twitter is that there's also a huge influx of AI Andes flooding the media page of any given search result with AI art. It's to the point where I have this absolutely ridiculous, just the most gargantuan, stupidly long block list you can even imagine on Twitter. And I can promise you half the people on my block list are just the AI Andes. I swear, it's such a massive list that if my Twitter account ever got compromised or deleted, I'm just not making another one. I am just not making another one because having to rebuild that block list sounds horrifying. I would rather simply just accept, you know what? That website's is dead for me now. Okay, I was already here. I was just making sure I didn't miss anything. Oh, I guess I could try to go into the temple again, but I don't think I need to go to the temple again, so I'm not gonna waste my time potentially going through the whole temple sequence and then maybe, and then, excuse me, I'm not gonna waste my time going through that temple again and then potentially just getting fucked up from doing that whole shit and then wasting a lot of time, and then wow, I feel like a dumbass. I think at this point I might have to, because I'm not really sure what else to do here. Yeah, I think yeah, I can't reach. Let's see, I can't reach that bottom, the number 2 area. 5 is completely a no-show. 7 is also very likely a no-show. All the bridges leading that area are broken. I'm stuck here. 6 is anything on the left side of the screen is completely gone because I can't reach any of that shit unless I fix a bridge or something. Yeah, you know what? I'll give the temple a shot. And if the temple's not it, I'll say fuck it and look up where I'm supposed to go next. I know this isn't the temple. I know this isn't the temple. This is the guy who talks about the power of gold. All the skulls in the back of the room. Oh yeah, to go up here. But the other game I was thinking about streaming was Wuthering Waves, because I just realized I missed out on an entire content update because I was too deep in the sauce in Umamusume. I always tell myself, I'll get to Wuwa later, I'll get to it later, and then later never happened, and now Cyberpunk collab's happening. Now I think about it, I probably should watch Cyberpunk Edge Runners so I can be in the know for the Cyberpunk collab. Yeah. Yeah, I'll get to watching that. Probably get to, yeah, because I have been meaning to watch Cyberpunk, but I never really got around to it for all these years, and now Wu was getting a pretty big Cyberpunk collab that, according to a friend of mine, definitely relies on your knowledge of what happens in the anime to properly enjoy the story of the collab. So yeah, I'm just gonna do this again just to be absolutely sure there's nothing in here. We're just gonna do the side. So yeah, that's definitely motivation to watch the Cyberpunk anime. Am I seeing Kino? Fuck yeah, I decided I'm gonna play through Link to the Past because I've been meaning to play a console game, and I figured, yeah, I might as well just give this one a shot because it is a game I've been meaning to play for a very long time. And I figured, yep, might as well do it now. There was a bit of some funkiness going on with my capture card, but thankfully it's all controlled. Actually really interesting. Hold on. Ah! Legends of Hollow Share Peak. Yeah, I'd say the series in general has a very good track record. I'm not the biggest Legend of Zelda fan, but I gotta recognize that, yeah, it's like you can't really go wrong when playing any of the games. I think I remember reading somewhere that apparently people think, apparently it's I don't even know if this is true, but allegedly it was said somewhere by someone of possibly reputable reputation that apparently like the only bad Zelda game is Skyward Sword, and I remember thinking to myself, really, Skyward Sword? I remember playing that when it came out in 2011. That was, oh my god, that was more than 10, like what, 15 years ago. I remember playing that and thinking, wow, this is actually pretty good. And that was a bad one. I didn't get the memo. Let me just drop this. Whee! I think any of this is it. I got that. I will say, as far as Zelda goes, I actually haven't played Tears of the Kingdom yet. I've heard some conflicting reports on that. Some people really love it. Some people say you don't need to play it if you already played through Breath of the Wild. I already played through Breath of the Wild, but I think to myself, you know what? It's been already what? It's been almost 10 years since I played Breath of the Wild. So, even if Tears of the Kingdom is more of the same, I'll probably still enjoy it. So I'm willing to try that one out on stream too. I mean, it also helps that I didn't buy Tears of the Kingdom. I'm borrowing that from my brother who played it and really likes it. Skyward Sword was dogged on for being motion controls linearity and Fee being a little too handily. I didn't see much issue with the game as a whole, though, since I had a pretty good time with the controls, so it's still Tears of the Kingdom is the bad. Yeah, Skyward Sword. Yeah, Skyward Sword. I mean, I'm gonna be honest. Like, if you ask me, I thought Skyward Sword probably did motion controls the best out of any Switch game. I mean, Wii game, or at the very least, it was on par with Wii Sports. Because in my mind, the best use of motion controls in any Wii game were Skyward Sword, the Wii, and the Wii Sports games. And from there, honestly, what else? It's not like there's that much, admittedly. So it's not exactly a stiff competition, but yeah, if we're talking about what are the best the best use of motion controls, I would say that would definitely be on my list. Tears of the Kingdom isn't a bad game. I can recommend it, but it's pretty much Breath to Electric Boogaloo at the end of the day. Yeah, that's what I pretty much heard that the way I heard about Tears of the Kingdom is that if you've already played through Breath of the Wild, then it doesn't really Tears of the Kingdom doesn't offer much unless you really liked Breath of the Wild and want more of it. And considering how popular Breath of the Wild was, that was definitely the correct choice to go for the next game. But I guess that's one of the reasons why I haven't played it yet. But again, I haven't played Breath of the Wild since it first came out 9 years ago. Right? Was it 9 years ago? Oh my god, no. Was it 9 years ago? Wait, I'm confused. Hold on. 10, 26. Yeah, so it was 9 years ago. So 9 years ago, Breath of the Wild came out. That's when I played it. So it's already been almost 10 years. So I figured, you know what? Might as well. My brother already has it. He's letting me borrow it. So there's really nothing to lose for me giving it a shot. Metroid Prime 3 also did pretty well with motion controls. I haven't played the Prime trilogy, but my brother got it. I should give that one a shot. The whole Metroidvania concept is still very alien to me, but I'm willing to take a crack at. Hold on. I'm willing to take a crack at the Prime series at the very least. Oh, I think I fucked up, right? No, okay. Okay, so let's go here and go here. Jump here. Move here. There you go. Insert Solid Snake aging into Old Snake and Metal Gear Solid 4 gif him, yeah. Or that one Matt Damon gif of him rapidly aging too. Alien, because Metroid is a space game. Yeah, true. Okay. Yeah, no, that's the thing. I want you guys to think about the concept of realizing that the OG Switch console, the original Nintendo Switch console, is all going to be 10 years old next year. No, actually, I'll do you one better. Persona 5 is 10 years old this year in Japan. This year in Japan around, I think it was October or September, Persona 5 is going to be 10 years old. Like, think about it. Persona 5, a game that, in my opinion, still feels like it came out within the last 5 years or less. I vividly remember the day I picked up my copy of that big ass box with the limited edition of Persona 5. You see, it was the one that had the school bag. I actually still have that school bag. And the Morgana plushie and the steel box. Yeah, I remember that, dude. I remember the thing is that I was living in PR at the time, and the way I ordered it, they didn't ship anywhere in any residential area within PR. Or I had to order that through a business. And the day it came out, see, the funny thing is that the day I think that what happened was that I didn't actually get Persona 5 the exact day it came out. I think there was some fuckery going around in the mail, and what happened is that I had to wait a day after Persona 5 came out to finally go into that business ad where I put in the address when I ordered the limited edition of Persona 5. So I had to go there, and then I had to talk to the people in charge of that big business, and then finally grab my box, drive all the way back to my house after a long work day. And the funny thing is that I remember, I think it was my brother-in-law was using up the PS4, saying, "Nah, bro, I'm playing Final Fantasy 14. You can't do shit here." And I remember having to beg my sister, "Please get him off of there. I've been waiting literally years for this." And somehow she managed to talk him into just fucking off. And bro, I remember just playing Persona 5. It had to have been, I didn't have any work or school or anything the next day. I remember it had to have been about 10 hours, just 10 hours of straight of me playing Persona 5 when it first came out. I'm probably gonna be the same with Kingdom Hearts 4 when that comes out, because I remember a very similar story for Kingdom Hearts 3, just going to Walmart for the midnight release and then immediately going back home to sleep because I had work that very morning. I remember when we first got Breath of the Wild on the Wii U when it released. Oh wow, you're one of the real OGs getting out on the Wii U. And watching my older brother play it first in the kitchen before I tried it myself. Had some schoolwork that day, but that was a great day. Yeah. I didn't get to try out Breath of the Wild on release date, but I did try it out later that year. And man, that was great. Genuinely, that was a pretty good game. I don't normally get video game consoles on release, but for that one, I am glad I did that. It's not that I got the Switch on release, but within that... Oh, shite. Within... Yeah. Within that release year, I got the Switch One, and I remember thinking to myself, man, this was really worth it, even if it was just for this game. I got it during pandemic in 2020. No, that was a great time to get it too. You had a lot of free time and a whole lot of games to catch up on. See, the thing is, I was considering getting the Switch 2, but for starters, I'm currently doing my Umamusume fan series and writing my visual novel. The budget for that is large enough that trying to budget for that and a Switch 2 would be very difficult. And even if I was crazy enough to get a Switch 2 today, even if I was crazy enough to do it, I know you're probably thinking, Dice, you have to get it because Nintendo's threatening to raise the price, you know, because we live in an era where everything goes up in price instead of going down as things get older. I still can't justify it because I remember having a talk with my brother about what are we gonna do if we get a Switch 2, and he just dead ass just gave it to me straight and said, "Listen, man, I'm just gonna transfer everything that's on my Switch 1 over to my Switch 2, and then just keep using it like a Switch 1." Yep, the problem is that now I have even more games to catch up on. Yeah, there's a lot of games to catch up on, at least on the Switch 1 side. The Switch 2 side, I'm gonna be honest, I'm not super impressed with what I've seen. It's not that there isn't anything interesting in, but at least from what I've seen, it mostly just looks like a lot of ports that were of games that I either already played on the Switch 1 or games I could play on either my PC or PS5. So outside of Donkey Kong and Fire Emblem, there isn't really anything I would buy the Switch 2 for. It would literally just be to play Fire Emblem and Donkey Kong, and then that's it. Pay $500 just to see what happened to Fodlan 1,000 years later. Shit. Probably should have lit those torches. Whoopsie daisy. Fair, but I've been waiting to get it, but now that Ocarina of Time remake got announced, I'm locked in to save the money to get it. Yeah. Yeah, you know, that's fair. I'm not... I feel about Ocarina of Time the same way I feel about Star Fox 64 in that I don't think it really needed I don't think it really needed a remake, or at least in my opinion, I don't think there's much you can really do with a remake unless you're really gonna change a lot of shit like Final Fantasy VII's remake is. Although to be fair, I guess Final Fantasy VII remake, that's a bit of a misleading name since that's not a remake, that's a sequel. But yeah, personally, I'd be more interested in a Majora's Mask remake. That's just me though. And even then, I feel like Majora's Mask is the type of game that I'm thinking to myself, does it really, does that really need a remake? Does it? Not in my eyes. My older brother also got PlayStation 5, Persona 5. No, I was about to say PlayStation 5. Persona 5 on the steel box and the merch you mentioned. I think he still carries that bag, or maybe it's a different bag. Legend of Zelda theme on it. Watching him play games was always nice to do in school. We're getting psyched to playing those games myself. No, yeah, I still have that Persona 5 school bag. I don't think I have it with me in my current living conditions, but it should still be in my dad's house, I think. It should probably be there. Yeah. If I ever go back to my dad's house or remember it enough, I'll probably ask him, "Hey, you know where it happened to my Persona 5 bag?" Not that I'd really spend money to just mail that, but shit. But at the very least, it would be something to think about. Am I missing something? I guess I already did the boss. I guess this is just the game telling me, okay, yeah, you already beat the boss. Get the fuck out of here. Man, I could use a retouch, but ultimately the game's aged well enough in my opinion. At least the Nintendo 64 version of Majora's Mask and the 3DS kind of neutered it in a few ways that make no sense. Yeah, I never played the 3DS version of Majora's Mask. I played the 64 version, which I thought was pretty good. I never did. I remember thinking to myself, I may as well give the 3DS version a shot, but I never did. And from what I've heard, I don't know. I don't remember exactly the list of things Majora's Mask really did, but yeah, it's one of those things, right? As I'm getting older, I'm realizing, what would it take to make a video game remake worth it? And the way I'm starting to really see it, maybe it's just my opinion as a well over 30-year-old. I am so not the target audience for 90% of the video games that come out nowadays. But the way I see it is, if I really loved the game in its original format, then does it need a remake? Is a remake going to make me love the game even more? And if the answer is no, then I just think to myself, then I'll just play the original version. There's nothing a remake can actually do to convince me that it's definitely worth it. That's actually, the funny story is that that's actually how I felt about Final Fantasy VII's remake. So when Final Fantasy VII's remake first got announced, okay, let me just see which one of these cockamamie items was the one that let you out of it. I think it's this one. Yeah, there you go. So the Final Fantasy VII, when the Final Fantasy VII remake first got announced, I remember being hyped for it. I remember thinking, oh my god, this is gonna be so fucking cool. But then the problem is that Final Fantasy VII's remake took a very long time between release and announcement, that I think that was actually a mistake on Square Enix's part, because then I started thinking to myself, wait, the 7 need a remake? And honestly, no, not really, because I know that graphically the characters in OG Final Fantasy VII look like Legos, but in my opinion, the story hits hard enough that even though the characters look like fucking Legos, I remember thinking to myself, man, I don't care. I still really love the game as is. So I remember thinking I wasn't actually gonna get Final Fantasy VII's remake, but I did keep up. But then something happened. About a month, I want to say this was about a month before 7 remake first came out. The whole game got leaked on the internet. I remember thinking to myself, well, if it's just gonna be the same game, I may as well look up spoilers, see what was the stopping point for this game, what scenes are they gonna switch around here and there. And that's when honestly, sometimes I kind of wish I didn't look up spoilers for 7 remake, because it essentially was so many changes. There was so many changes that it revealed that 7 remake is not actually a remake, it's a sequel. But at the same time, I have to think to myself, was I ever going to play this game if I didn't know that it was actually secretly a sequel and not a remake? So yeah, that's my relationship with 7 remake, where knowing it's now a sequel and not a straightforward adaptation of the original Final Fantasy VII is what got me to check out the remake. Because even if not everything is a banger, I am at least interested enough to know what happens next. The 3DS version gave it a few quality... Okay, so in terms of Majora's Mask, I mean, the 3DS version gave it a few quality of life changes, such as being able to put a specific time to skip to, but the Zora swimming got bent, Stone Mask is a different place, and all the bosses were eyeball bosses. Oh man, that sucks. I still think it's... calling it a remake was a bit misleading. If that was the point, then more power to meta commentary, but like, bruh. No, you see, that's what's really interesting, because then you realize that the word remake in the title, it's... especially now with the title of the future games being called Rebirth and Revelation, that's when you realize the word remake, it's not denoting the game's status as a remake of Final Fantasy VII. It's actually telling you what Sephiroth's plan is. It's so crazy, because in 7 remake, I haven't played Rebirth yet, so if they say anything contradictory to what I'm about to say in Rebirth, then, you know, that's, well, fuck me, right? But in 7 remake, they don't tell you exactly what Sephiroth's up to with all the changes that are going on, but when you play through the game, you basically realize, no, dude, this is a sequel. This is deadass a sequel. This Sephiroth, this is not the OG Sephiroth. This is deadass Sephiroth after he got bent over in Advent Children, and he's like, all right, time to play my favorite game, messing with Cloud. So it is meta commentary. Yeah, in a way it is meta commentary, but in just about an incredibly insane way that honestly got me even more interested in trying out the game. Because, like I said, it's not actually a remake, it's a sequel. It's literally a sequel to the original Final Fantasy VII story. But it's done so in a way where even if you've never played the original Final Fantasy VII, then the story, you'll be seeing it through Cloud's perspective, because Cloud doesn't know what the fuck is going on. He's seeing Sephiroth giving him all these visions and subliminal messages, and Aerith talking some crazy nonsense about the live stream, and he's just like, the fuck are you people on about? What's happening? What? And see, that See, that's you. That's you, the viewer that has never played the original Final Fantasy VII. You are now in Cloud's shoes. Whereas, if you did play the original Final Fantasy VII and watched Advent Children like I did, then now you're viewing the story through Sephiroth's point of view. See, and that's where it gets really crazy. Like, again, I say that not everything is handled in what I would say in an absolute banger way, but it's such an crazy idea for a sequel that I can't help but just respect what's going on. But I can't help but just respect that. You know what? The fact that they took a long-awaited remake for a game as popular as Final Fantasy VII, a game where I remember people wanted a remake of Final Fantasy VII since the fucking PS2 era. I remember being a stupid-ass kid playing Kingdom Hearts 1 and 2 and hearing people older than me wanting a 7 remake. So the fact that they took the opportunity to make a 7 remake and instead said, nah, fam, forget about that. Here's a sequel instead. The fact that they're doing that, like, yeah, I gotta say that's amazing. Yeah, obviously, if you were the type of person that was looking forward to a 7 remake since the early 2000s or whatever, then, well, yeah. Then Square Enix essentially told you to go fuck yourself with that entire remake trilogy. But at the same time, it's kind of... There's actually an interview with the lead director of the remake series, who basically said, yeah, okay, so we're listening to all of the feedback, all the criticism the remake series is getting, but we're not going to apply all of the criticism. We are going to apply some things here and there, not to deliver something that everyone loves, but to deliver something that is the best possible version of the vision of the story we want to tell. And as someone who's recently getting into writing stories, that is making me really think a lot, because there is that, while you do want to absolutely take a lot of the criticism you receive to heart and try to apply stuff here and there based on what you know, you still have to deliver your own creative vision for what you want to do, and knowing what to take to deliver the best possible version of your vision is very important. Now, obviously, if you're going all in on your vision, even if it's something that it's like, it's very likely going to be something that not everyone's going to like, and a lot of people are probably not going to like if you just double down on what you believe in. But the people who are interested in whatever bullshit you're trying to say, see, they'll probably really like it. And at the very least, I can say I am very interested in seeing what Nojima has cooking for this. Since I don't know if you guys knew this, but no, Nomura's not the guy who's writing the story for 7 Remake. That is a common misconception. There's actually a funny story about that, where Nomura actually wanted to do a straightforward story for the remake. He was completely interested in just literally doing a shot-for-shot remake of Final Fantasy VII, but then the original writer of 7, Nojima, came in and said, no, I want to do all these crazy changes. I want to do this and that. But then a producer, I think it was, I don't know, I think it was either Yamaguchi or Kitase. I genuinely don't remember who it is. Some guy at Square Enix basically said, ladies, please, we can meet halfway. We can meet halfway. So that's why 7 Remake is kind of in a weird state when you really think about it, because it is telling the story of the original 7. The major plot beats of the original 7 are we are going through them. It's just that it's also telling a completely different story with a lot of meta commentary like Luger mentioned. I also want to mention that Nomura has not been the lead director of 7 since the first entry remake, because for Rebirth and I believe Revelations, he's just the co-director, because he's working on so many other things. He was working on Neo Twewy by the time, in between the time remake and Rebirth came out, and obviously he's also working on the Kingdom Hearts series. You see that's his those two games, those are his bread and butter. If you really want to see Nomura go all out, you gotta check out The World Ends With You and Kingdom Hearts. Okay, so I just went through that temple to see if there was anything there, and the grand result is no. I already went through that temple. Is there any other place I haven't gone to? Because I tried, like, let me just say right now, I tried going to 2, and I need a way to cross water to get to 2. Tried to go to 5. Tried to go to 7, 3. I can't go to 3, 4, and 6. That is completely blocked off to me. At least I believe. I'm pretty sure it's completely blocked. The left side of the map is completely blocked off because there's no way I can cross. I went all the way up to where near 7 was. Couldn't find anything. I went all the way down to all the edges where 5 were. Still nothing. And I tried to go to 2, and I need something to walk on water, so the only thing I can really think of at the moment is go back to the OG world, the World of Light, I believe it's called. Yeah, I don't know what the terminology is. I'm a Zelda goo goo gaga babu, but so yeah, because I'm in the World of Dark, so I need to go back to the World of Light and see if there's anything I missed there to try to get to 2. Even though I'm pretty sure I got everything. I know the flippers are in the light world, but I can't exactly remember world. Okay, good. Oh, okay, good to know. So I know exactly they're in the light world, so I'm just gonna go over to step over to the other side. I mean, I don't blame you. This game is almost like, what, 40 years old. Hasn't been that long. Hammer. Bop, bop, bop. I said it would be in Lake Healy where the Zoras are. Yeah, I'd assume so. Okay, so that's not gonna work. I remember playing this on an actual SNES at my grandma's house when I was younger. Oh wow, you're definitely one of I mean, you're one of the real OGs then. I never even played a SNES or NES or anything like that when I was younger. My very first video game consoles were a Game Boy Pocket and the Nintendo 64. And even then, I wouldn't say I really started collecting a lot of video games until I got my PlayStation 2. Unfortunately, I actually lost most of the games I used to own back in the before times. Stuff like my 64, my Game Boy, even my PS2. I remember there were multiple times in my life where my mom would force me and my siblings to sell all the games we had And and now that I'm much older, I kind of feel bad about it because I remember talking to a lot of people, like my brother-in-law, who still has his collection of all of his old games that he's ever played, and a lot of people who have amazing retro game setups using the consoles from when they grew up. And I remember thinking to myself, man, I really have to get I have to buy back all the old consoles I used to have and all the old games I used to play, and I have to set up a little retro game corner. I know my brother started buying Nintendo 64 cartridges for a lot of the games he used to play. The two of us used to play, because I also really loved playing Banjo-Kazooie, and he has the original Banjo-Kazooie. The game I owned, though, was Banjo-Tooie. I remember playing that so many times. And so that's definitely something I would love to revisit. Yeah, I had Super Mario World and this one. I know there were others, but I can't remember which one they were. I think one was a Tiny Toons game. Yeah, now every single kid growing up in the late 90s, early 2000s had to have at least one licensed game. It was by law you needed a licensed game, either based on a movie or a TV show. Yeah, dude, I used to have a lot of the movie games too. And the funny thing is that I think the reason I used to have a lot of licensed game was because I used to play a lot of what's this one game called? This SpongeBob game, Battle for Bikini Bottom. Yeah, so Battle for Bikini Bottom was absolutely amazing. Except that game, I would say Battle for Bikini Bottom has one major flaw. And it's that it tricked me into thinking every single game based on a cartoon was just as cool as that one. I can promise you from experience that that is not the case. I'm gonna go up with SNES and 64. Oh, no, yeah, don't worry about it. Yeah, talk about old video game consoles is always great. Yeah, I'm always down to talk about old video game consoles. Although I will say, I didn't really appreciate the Nintendo 64's library. B-movie for the Nintendo DS's peak shelfware game, Lamau. Right. Yeah, for me, it was the Shark Tale game on the GameCube. I remember playing, even when I played the Shark Tale game on the GameCube, I remember thinking to myself, even as a kid, this is not a good game. Well, I wasn't, yeah, and this is not a good game. And guess what happened? I still played through that game all the way through the end, collected as much as I could, because you didn't really have much of a choice back then. If your mom got you a game, that's all you were getting for the next few months. So you had to make it work somehow. But like what I was saying, I didn't really appreciate the Nintendo 64's library until I got a Wii and I started buying all the virtual console games I could of the 64. So Virtual Console Wii was the first time I played through Star Fox 64. And man, I was obsessed with Star Fox 64. There were times where I would come back from school, immediately go upstairs to where the Wii was, and just fire up Star Fox 64 again. I also played Majora's Mask there, and obviously the original Ocarina of Time. Yeah, there was just so much. Yeah, they all for the actual 64 games I used to play a lot were the Banjo games and the Pokemon Stadium games. Yeah, I probably have somewhere in the ballpark of hundreds of hours between all four of those games. If all four of those games could take time, I would probably show you and say, yep, there are literally hundreds upon hundreds of hours. Loki, same as on my brother's laptop, yeah. Good old emulation. There's so many games that I would never have been able to play if it weren't emulation. Pokemon Stadium's peak. Yeah. Yeah, no, especially since I was one of the people that had the cartridge, right? There was this weird-ass bullshit thing that you connected to the Nintendo 64 cartridge. You just shove that thing up its ass, and then you put a Game Boy Color cart on it of, say, your Pokemon Red, Blue, Yellow games, or in the case of fucking Stadium 2, your Gold, Silver, Crystal game. And all of a sudden, all of your Pokemon from the Game Boy Color came to life. I remember seeing the first time, when I loaded up my Pokemon Yellow cartridge and found out that the Pikachu from Yellow has a unique animation and even Ikue Otani's voice when he came out, when he was summoned. I remember thinking to myself, whoa, just like my mind was blown at the time. Yeah, and that's the kind of thing that I don't think anyone now growing up nowadays will ever understand what it was like to fire up Pokemon Stadium for the first time and playing the Pokemon that you played through the story in on the TV. That was something that my child mind could not believe. Empire Strikes Back's an SNES game, and this SNES game based on an arcade game of the manga called UN Squadron. I didn't know the original manga was called that in Japan. Oh yeah. That's pretty cool. Didn't know there was an Empire Strikes Back game on NES on SNES, since I believe SNES. Yeah, I think all the Star Wars games were way older than the SNES. On Star Wars movies, I mean. Now that I think about it, I think the only legit Star Wars game. Now that I think about it, there was a Star Wars game on the 64. I believe it was the racing game, pod racing game, but I don't remember if I owned that or if I just borrowed it from, or I rented it rather from Blockbuster. But I do remember playing a pod racing game on 64. It's like East. You gotta like, yeah, hit him at an angle. I never had that, but I know that you're talking about that. There. Yeah, I think Empire Strikes Back was based on an arcade game of it, so more like a SNES port of it. Could be wrong though. Yeah, that does make a lot of sense. There were definitely a few arcade ports here and there for the older consoles. Man, in terms of as far as arcades go, I don't know if you guys are aware, but arcades in Japan are very much alive. And I remember when I went to Japan, there were just so many arcades. That was an entire experience, just the arcade experience, that made me think, man, I wish arcades never died out in America. I feel like this would have been amazing, just being able to walk to an arcade and getting an ID card so that the game remembers your progress and playing through it. Of course, I'm gonna be honest with you guys, when I went to Japan, and I know they had a bunch of arcade games, just rows and rows of arcades, but I'm gonna be honest with y'all, I only played FGO Arcade just all the time. I literally have an entire binder full of nothing but all the FGO cards I got at the time, which is very valuable now because FGO Arcade completely shut down. Not only is it not getting any more content, I'm pretty sure it's completely offline. So those cards are very valuable, or at least to me. I don't know if they're monetarily valuable, but knowing that oh my god. Yeah, knowing that the cards are just gone forever did make me appreciate it. Because in case you guys don't know, the way FGO Arcade works is that every time you got a new character from the gacha in the arcade, the game would print out a real-life trading card with the character on it. And you had to load up a real-life deck of cards on a little slot on top of the machine. And that would be your deck, with your characters and your craft essences, which you can think of something similar to the support cards from in Umamusume. Yeah, the game was really fun, I would say. That was a mine. Oops. I remember a friend of mine from college had a Skaha card that I was jealous of. From FGO Arcade. Okay, I'm gonna be honest with y'all. That was without potentially doxing myself, the only thing I'll say is that that was probably me, because I remember two people I know that play FGO in real life asked me for some of the cards. One of them, I gave them a card. It was a craft essence. It wasn't the actual character card, but it had a picture of Kiara, and the other person asked for the final ascension of Skahak. So I think I know. So yeah, without getting into details, docs to that potentially dox me. Yes, I think I know exactly who you're talking about. And that Skahak card you saw, that was mine. I got that shit. I can even tell you exactly when that happened. It was in. Yeah, I'm gonna be on. Unless it's someone that you know for a fact I don't know IRL, then don't worry about it. You can just forget about everything I just talked about. But yeah, I can tell you where I got that Skahak card. What happened with that Skahak card is really funny, because I think it was in the very last week I was in Japan. Skahak's banner in FGO Arcade went up on Raid Up, and it's actually really funny because I didn't really have a lot of time to play FGO Arcade, but I decided to myself, you know what? Fuck it. Just we ball. We just go in. So I went in to the arcade, telling myself I'm only gonna play for maybe an hour at most. I only did that because it was pretty close to where I was staying at in Japan, and I just immediately, I think it was. No, I was gonna say that might have been me asking for the Final Ascension card. Oh wow. I'm gonna be honest with you, it's been so many years since I played, since I came back from Japan with those cards, that I don't know if it was you or if it was the other person I'm thinking of. But yeah, I do remember. So yeah, I was in Japan the very last week, and I remember thinking to myself, well, Skahak's banner is up. I don't really have that much time to play the game, but you know what? Fuck it. Let's give it a shot. I think within the first or second multi-pull, Skahak came out, and then all I did for the rest of that hour is just grind the shit out of all the materials to get Skahak to her final ascension. And that's why I have the stack of why I came back with the stack of cards with Skahak fully leveled up. That was great. I think I also have Drake, Francis Drake, but see, the funny thing about Drake is that I was pulling not for her, I was pulling for Blackbeard, because I really wanted Blackbeard. The thing is, Blackbeard is still a 2-star in the game, while Drake is a 5-star, you know, because waifu tax. But what happened is really interesting. This was probably within the first week of me going to the arcade, and I was asking the arcade manager for some help and directions on how to play the game. He didn't really speak English that much, and I definitely didn't speak any Japanese, but we were able to communicate just enough that he was watching me, he's watching my gameplay, giving me directions of like what I was supposed to do and shit. And I remember trying to pull for Blackbeard, and I remember seeing the rider card come in, right? And then all of a sudden the golden lightning appears that changes the card to gold. And I remember thinking to myself, no shot. And as the gold card was slowly revealing itself to be Drake, I could audibly hear the Japanese arcade manager. He was pretty serious most of the time, but the moment Drake was revealed, I could hear the dude laughing his ass off behind me. The guy was just like absolutely like pissing himself with laughter the moment Drake came up. Not a game, but I managed to find a bottle cap in my backyard with a metal detector as a promotion for Super Mario Bros. 3. You can win a copy if you got a lucky bottle cap. Oh, that's interesting. Try to send it to Nintendo to see if they'll give you if they'll give you the copy of Mario 3. Try to send it with intent to Nintendo. Maybe you'll still get Mario 3. So what if I just press this again? Oh, it literally won't let me. So I need to, yeah, I need to go back here. Okay, that's good to know. I don't really need to do that. So let me just. Oh. Oh, there it goes. I had it and I lost it that fast. I need to go all the way down here. And the Zora Lake, I believe it's that one. And then maybe the flippers are there. I don't think mine was a winning cap. I also hate myself for throwing away a bunch of other ball caps in the backyard that were stuck together because I thought they were all generic. What if one was the one? Yeah, what if one could have been the one? You don't know that. You could have you could try to get more Mario 3 from Nintendo. Oh, I already went here. Or there were also Mario 3 bottle caps, and one was a winner. I could have cashed in. Yeah, maybe, who knows? If you're really lucky and Nintendo's feeling nice that day, you could probably see if you can cash it in. Come on, at the very least, the Nintendo spokesperson you reach will probably find it really funny. Like, do I still get the copy? Okay. What time is it? Oh my god. Okay, it's actually not. Actually, it's not that late. Well, yep, I'm stupid. Should have done that. Yeah, I thought it'd be way later because I've been streaming for almost 3 hours. And I thought it'd be way later. At the same time, it doesn't really feel like I've done much in the game. Feels like a good 90% of the screen of this stream has just been me yapping, and most of the yap being only just barely related to what's going on. And me just playing this game almost absent-mindedly. Guess it's not too bad. That's kind of feels like that's the streamer meta. Eventually you just get to a point where the actual thing that's happening on screen doesn't really matter, and it just becomes a just chatting stream under a different name. I tried to search in the backyard again, but I feel like all this stuff I can find in the backyard, other stuff were coins, toy tractor trucks, a metal rock, and a metal remnants of a metal pit of some kind, maybe a fire pit, burned pile of leaves and branches. Yeah, who knows? But you maybe find actual treasure. Bomb. Is this a bomb spot? Hey, there we go. You found the ice rod. It's chill. Magic blasts the air, but watch your magic meter. Okay. Yep, we got that. That's pretty cool. Hey, get it? It's cool because it's the ice rod. Professional streamer, by the way. Okay, so I'm assuming, yeah, none of this is movable. I don't really have a fire thing that melts the ice. But I doubt bombs will help. Actually, you know what? Might as well just give it a shot. There's literally nothing to lose but one bomb. Okay, there we go. Yeah, so we don't have that. Maybe you could freeze water and walk over it with the ice rod. I could give it a shot. Give that a shot. You can earn a lot of rupees by defeating enemies. It's a secret to my success. Oh, thanks for the money. Okay, that's not it. Nah, that's not how it works. Hello, fairy. So I'm just gonna ask the Zelda Andes in the chat. I can't just put these in a jar, can I? Nah, it doesn't seem like it. Can't freeze that water here either. Just the bug that you can put them in. Oh, right. All right. Dude, I just remembered that. Yeah, that is how I did it the last time. Oh, they're back. They respawn. Cool. You've caught a fairy. Give it a bottle. You caught a fairy. Give it a bottle. There we go. Now we put her in a jar. I thought you managed to catch a fairy before. Yeah, I know I did, but I just completely forgot how to do that. I thought you were supposed to shove the fairy in a jar, but no, you gotta put that bitch in a butterfly net and then you shove her in the jar. I remember doing it last time, but then I just it's been almost a month since I played this game, so a few details have escaped me. Okay, so we got the ice rod. Oh, whoops. I meant to do that. No. So we establish that doesn't work. All right. We're gonna have to go around and see where can it work. Okay. A fuck-ass net, yeah. Yeah, Fairy Odd Parents made sure that every single child growing up knew that a butterfly net is the fairy's biggest weakness. I remember younger me thinking they misspelled fairy in the localization project. And didn't learn about how else fairy was supposed to be pronounced, spelled it until much later. Oh, I don't know why I keep jumping for the water. Yeah. Yeah, just a big ass net. And the fairy's magic is just gonzo. I know I was already here. But I'm just gonna research this area just in case they didn't just forget about it. Give me. Yeah, so I already went here to here. These rubies, but don't tell anyone I gave them to you. Okay, it'll be our secret. Okay, so I have to go all the way up there. Okay, all the way up there, going up. up. Oh, okay. Doesn't really have. Yeah, doesn't have anything I want. Maybe that it's a secret to. I believe that's the it's a secret to everyone Easter egg. Ah, yeah, that obligatory Easter egg that appears in every game. Okay. Can't go back through there. You look like you might have an interesting destiny. May I tell your fortune? I'll make it cheap, sure. Abracadabra alakazam. You will find a mushroom lover at the magic shop. I'll take 15 rupees. Really? That's it? It's kind of lame. I think it'd be. I was expecting something a little more than that. Okay. Can't reach there. You made a joke with it in Link Between Worlds. That's another game I haven't tried out. Even though I believe my brother has that one too. Okay. Let me just check again. Okay, so let's try the opposite end. Try the opposite end. Go all the way up. Why with what you did earlier with going back in time before you started the gallery minigame and the flute looking like Ocarina of Time? Are you sure this isn't the Hero of Time? Well, it could be. There's definitely a considering this timeline is a result of the Hero of Time doing some nonsense. Yeah, there probably is some time nonsense going on here too. It is like it's secretly like that's where the clocks from Umamusume come from. It's just the Hero of Time going here, out here, just here. It's dangerous to go alone. Take this. Yeah. The nonsense in question is dying. Yeah, that is so funny. A game over, like, how did this timeline happen? He saw the game over screen. Sure. So I'm not really sure about the time, what's the status of the Zelda timeline, but, all right, good night, Ledger. But yeah, so I don't know what the status on the Zelda timeline is, but I remember reading, I think it was an interview with, I don't know, it might have been Aonuma or some other guy in charge of Zelda, but they asked him, so where does Breath of the Wild take place in regards to the Zelda timeline? And he just went, I don't know, the end, I guess. That was just so funny to me. All those years of making the Zelda timeline, and then for the newest game they decide, yeah, I don't know, man, it's whatever. Uh, Actually, I should probably be ending the stream soon. Even though I didn't actually do anything except get the magic rod. Magic shop. There's a mushroom lover. The mushroom lover at the magic shop. Well, I guess we gotta look for that guy. Mm. Okay, here we go. Oh wait, I already talked to him. Well, not him, but someone like him. And down. Wanted. Yes, I am very wanted. Oh, Dynasty Change, you look marvelous. Please save us from an odd guy named the Wizard. To visit every single house here just to make sure I did not miss a single thing. The house used to be a hideout for a gang of thieves. What's their leader's name? Oh, yeah, his name was Blind and he hated the bright light a lot. Of course. Right, exhaust every possible location. Bounce down. Is that a bomb? Is this a bomb spot? I kind of don't know. Let's just check. No, this doesn't hurt to check. Oh, actually was a bomb spot. Well, I'll be. Heart container. Heart level is increased. That's great. Crazy ass discovery. Well, sorry, chicken. I didn't hit you. I just chucked you across the room. Completely different. Soda bottles. Come back later, okay? It's been quite a long time since we last gave me one, but alright, I'll keep waiting. Out here. Lake Zora, the source of the river, but it's hard to find the treasure of the Zora and turn people into fish. I'd love to see that. The treasure of the Zora. Wait, hold on. There's a lake swimming with Zoras at the source of the river, but it's hard to find. The treasure of the Zora can turn people into fish. Treasure of the Zora, source of the river, turn people into fish. Okay, so that source of the river is either all the way up somewhere in the tippy top mountain area at the top of the screen, or the center of that lake, which means I'm back to square one. So I'd kind of rather believe the mountaintop theory. Oh, I saw her. A very nice young lady at the waterfall of the Wishing Hill where the river begins. Guys, should meet her. Hold on. I saw her. A very nice young lady at the waterfall of Wishing in the hills where the river begins. Okay, so it's definitely up in the mountaintop. Good to know. Oh, I just gotta rewatch this. Yeah, I don't know why I didn't do that. I should have at least rewatched part of the stream if I didn't remember what to do. Or where I was going. Just give me a direction. It's a good thing about streaming games that even if I don't remember something, I can just pull back the VOD for where I was and check what I was doing. Been Did I went to every single house? I think I did actually. Well, I guess there's those at the bottom, so I'm gonna have to check those real quick. Fuck. We go in there. Oh yeah, this would open the book by just charging into the bookshelf. There we go. Back in full force. You can aim up, but you can't aim down. That's interesting to know. I don't think it's this place, right? Yeah, this is where you go down from that challenge, but I already did that, so I don't need to do it again. Okay. Guess we're heading up to the mountain. Time is it? Actually, it's starting to be 11. Oh, it doesn't go up. Only up the ladders, I guess. I suppose. Wait, is there a specific person I was supposed to play the flute for, or is the flute only in Dank World? Let me see. I'm gonna play it only for a few people that I suspect might be the person. But I don't know. He didn't respond to it, so I don't think it's him. Usually they make it pretty obvious. Say, oh, I've been waiting for this guy to show up, but he hasn't shown up. I wonder where he could be, and then I should play the flute, and then that's who I would play the flute to. Well, there's a guy sleeping, so maybe it's like Pokemon where I need to play to wake the sleeping guy up. Oh, this is my son's flute. You meet my son? Where is he? Is he all right? Nope. I see. Well, I can tell you what you want to say by the look in your eyes. Would you keep the flute and will you play its sweet melody for the bird in the village square? I beg of you, please. My son would probably want it this way, but still, I wish I could see him once more. The bird in the village square. The bird in the village square. 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 The bird in the village square. The bird in the village square. This thing? Hello, bird. I was afraid I was gonna go through this entire stream without nothing having happened yet. But it looks like the bird went east. I have no idea where he went to, just that he went east. Guess that's where we're heading to next. Oh. Get off my back. Hello, Picture Mario. Maybe in that forest? Oh, yeah. Yeah, you're right. That actually is. That is very likely the place. That is very likely the place. No. Excuse me. Going up here. Hello, bird. Whoa! Oh, it's a fast travel system. Interesting. But you said true fast travel? Yeah, oh yeah, it is true fast travel. Okay. Okay, you know what? I can really dig this. I like it. Kind of a long kind of a bit of a long side quest to get a pretty important feature, but yeah, I can dig it. Guys, I think the wizard connected to world somewhere in the castle. Yeah. Okay. So, and I head to the top of the mountain where the river begins. Where Zora is, where I can get the cool shit. Get the really cool shit. I thought I got damaged there. Just barely made it out. Is this really a dead end? It's kind of lame. Oh, there we go. Right, so the river looks like it begins a little over there. Maybe a little over here. Guess I just have to keep going up. Okay. Mm. Okay. Okay, so from what I gather, I need to have a something of a jump button for that. How dare you? Okay, so we're back in the dark world, but this time I'm traveling. Maybe, yeah, just gotta do this. Down here. Tower. We were already at the tower. I don't think we need to go there again. Oh, okay. I know. We can translate that. Hold up the master sword, and you will get the magic of the ether. Whoa! This is the ether medallion. Its magic controls the upper atmosphere and polar winds. Watch your magic meter. Okay, so we got another one. Ether and quake. All right. All right, because I came back, so that, yeah, that I get it now. So I don't think, in any case, I don't think the river would be in a location like that. The location has to be at a more something more accessible. Yeah, that's what I believe. I believe it should be in a more accessible location. So I think I'm not exactly in the right track here. I believe it's down here. Okay, this should be new. Oh, right. It does make me think. Very likely over there, but I probably need to cross to that specific green area to reach the forest part. Ouch. So I don't think it's over here. I would have to go over there. And that's where it would be. Also, I probably should get back to the Dark World and set up the glowy thing in a place where I don't have to climb this whole bullshit again. That's unfortunate that it kind of reset my location. Oh man, do I have to? Can I just reset it by just pressing like a button? Doesn't let me. That part is that it's just the same location. It's the same location as just entering through the normal springs area, the top of the mountain. It's essentially having to climb up all the way back up. For what? I have to, at the very least, I have to remember to set up the glowy thing in an area where I will have a much easier time accessing it. So preferably near one of the teleportation points. Not here. Right here. I need to go. Okay, yeah, so I need to go somewhere over there. Pop down. Oh yeah, I can do this thing now. Oh shit. Yeah, I'm gonna need steel toe boots or something because I can't really see myself crossing that with anything I have. Nope. It's not the ice rod. That's not the solution. I didn't think it would be, but I just wanted to try it out just to be absolutely sure. Yeah, I don't think you're supposed to go bitter just yet. I really doubt they do something that requires a full tank and 2 fairies to fully cross. This doesn't make a lot of sense for how that solution will go. Okay, so this is where the broken bridge is, so setting up the teleporter here wouldn't make any sense. Maybe going a bit higher up would make sense. See, the natural bridge goes to spot 7, but at the same time, I don't think it'd be that easy. I think there's a reason why it has number 7, and it's likely because it's not meant to be the easiest one to get to. So you are very likely intended to get to number 2. So all that considered, it would probably just do me good to check the birth of the mountain area. Yeah, 'cause if I teleport up here, Not only will it not take me there, yeah, so I definitely think it's something I should just ignore this whole area for now, at least in the dark side. Like, in the light side. That mountain area is what I should be paying attention to, but it's in the light side. Focus right now should be to get back to terrain that's more easily accessible. Actually, can I bird up here? Can I bird up? I guess I can't bird up here. Oh well, makes sense, but still kind of sad to see. Thank you. Am I not allowed to keep going? I guess this whole area is just completely cut off to prevent you from sequence breaking. What if I were to just do this? Where would it take me? Okay, so this is pretty close to the area where I bird up, so I'm okay with this. There we go. Right next to the area where I bird up, so button number 2. And the smell of rotten fruit. You give me that mushroom, I can finish my brew. Yeah, thank you, young man. Come back to the shop later for something good. Really? That's it? You just take my mushroom and just tell me to fuck off? Damn. Can't put anything in a full bottle. Okay. Never mind then. I don't want to buy it. Berries are way more valuable than whatever you're offering. Pretty sure I was already here, actually. Waterfall of Wishing is just around the corner. Waterfall of Wishing is just around the corner. Okay. Just around the corner. Pretty sure I was already here. I just want to make absolutely sure I didn't miss something that was really obvious. Of course, I shot immediately after getting it. Oh, I think it's right here. Oh, and here comes the welcoming committee. I should just kind of ignore him. Oh, heart container. No. Ignore him. Oh, fuck. Okay. Yeah. All right, so we're in a good old classic water maze. Okay, there's what I assume is a waterfall. There we go. At the very end, we see... Wahahaha, what do you want, little man? Do you have something to ask me? I want the flippers. Wahaha, but I don't just give my flippers away for free. I sell them for 500 rupees a pair. What do you say? Yep, I got it. Wahaha, 1 pair of flippers coming up. I'll give you a free bonus with your purchase. I'll let you use the magic waterways of the sea folk, which links lakes and rivers. When you see a whirlpool, dive into it. You never know where you'll surface into. Wahaha. There we go. We finally got it. Zora flippers. With these, you should be able to swim even in the deep water. There we go. Now I gotta, before I teleport out of here, I should definitely give this place a look-see to make sure I comb through this area real quick. I don't have to walk through here. I can just take a swim. Yeah, I can't attack on the water, so maybe I want to avoid that. How do you get there? What are the hard containers? So clearly it is possible. How so, though? Yep. I can't use waterfall. We don't have HM. We don't have the HM for that. Yep. We don't have HM for that. But clearly there's an area above there. Could be possible to cross there if I know what I'm doing. Maybe. Okay. I think I'm actually dumb, and I think I know exactly what I'm supposed to do. Hold on. I know exactly where that is. Okay. Okay, swim faster. Definitely over here. There we go. So I thought this just led you back, but no, it turns out there's an entire secret area. It does lead you back, but it's a bit further downstream. Whereas over here, you get hard container. Not all of it, but it's just another one. So I can start collecting more of them. Go down here. Ah. Okay. Alright. Let me just. Bird. Get me out of here. Okay. Eight. What about this area? Special here. Whoa. What's this area? Oh, it just send me back here. Is there anything special about this specific area it teleported me to? No, this is just where I... Yeah, no, I know where that is. And back. And is it a dungeon? Doesn't feel like one. Pond of happiness. Throw some rupees in and your wishes will surely come through. Throw a few. Give me 20. Throw in 20. Happiness increased 20 rupees. In total, your happiness is 20. You became happier by one step. For reference, today you will have a little luck. Really? That's it? Damn. Kind of sucks, actually. I just threw 20 rupees like that and didn't really do anything there. If I go back in, is it gonna just ask me again for more cash? A few. 5. Today you will have good luck. Okay, so it actually is a cumulative, so it keeps going up. So I imagine it'll something important will happen if you keep it goes up high enough. Sure. By 45. A little luck. 65. Big trouble. Today you'll have big trouble. What do you mean big trouble? I'm only gonna go up to 100. If nothing happens after 100, I'm just gonna get out of here. 85. Little luck. Right, one more. Right, let's see what happens. Hey! I'll make your wish come true. And I want to carry, what are we on? More bombs, more arrows. Because personally, I would like more arrows. I'll increase your ability to carry 35 arrows at maximum. This is a small happiness I can give you. Can I get the other one? I wonder if I can get the other one. 50 rupees. A little luck. ₹50. Carry more bombs. 15 bombs maximum. 15 bombs. That's it. Oh, okay. So basically, this is just pay more, get more. So I imagine it goes up to 30 for bombs, and I don't know how much it would be for arrows, but I imagine it's quite a lot. Yeah, I think I've seen enough here. Yeah, I've seen about what I want to see here. Let's check. Oh, how do I reach that? Oh, can't imagine it. It's whatever I have currently equipped. Well, time to go to the dark world and pick up that area there. Ah, don't tell me I have to go back there, do I? Or did I just fuck myself? Save and quit. Maybe I should just save and quit, and it'll come back. Start from Dice's house. Okay. It did reset it. Kind of an unwieldy way to do it, but we did manage to reset it anyway. Okay. We head back up. And we do it all over again. Wait. Why is it not allowing me? How the fuck else am I supposed to do it then? I just fucked. Am I just not allowed to go back to the dark world? Well, I don't know if I soft lock myself or anything, but that would be very interesting to say the least if I just soft lock myself. But catching that is indeed not a fishing net. Yeah, but the glowy shit isn't on screen anymore. So why is it not letting me mirror? Is it still there? Is it just a visual bug? Pick me bird. We'll heal. Is the mirror? Yeah, the mirror's not working now. Even though it's not the glowy place where where you last see where you can see where I last used it. It's not on screen. And I'm here where I teleported from the other world, but I don't see it. I don't see it anywhere here. And I know it was right here. The only other place I can think of is maybe it's at the top side. Yeah, that would be some kind of insane if it turns out I just soft lock myself through some insane exploit that somehow every 90s kid knew, but me in big 2026 am unbeknownst to. Oh, it's not here. No, the glowy thing isn't here. It's still not letting me teleport, so the only thing I can assume is I have to go all the way back to where go all the way back here. Because I know for sure this resets the mirror. Then I somehow have to walk all the way down without using the mirror because that uses the teleport point. And I would rather be able to teleport. And I won't be able to teleport. So either way, I'm going to have to do a very long walk. Nope. Bird does not appear in the dark world, unfortunately. Unless he shows up in the other village, and I have to just set him up there too. I mean, I can't be trapped here forever, right? Can't be how it works. What about the teleport point in the castle? Oh, wait, yeah, actually, yeah, there is one in the castle, isn't there? Yeah, you're right. You're actually right about that. I Gonna be honest though, I completely forgot about the one in the castle. That's how you enter this whole goofy ass place anyway. Baby bird. It's good to know that I didn't just soft block myself and there actually is a way out. There we go. Can't jump down. Good. I lost it. Alright, I don't know what this does. Time to use it. Oh, it just froze them. Mind if I do? I'm just gonna use this to escape. Kind of a roundabout way to reach there, but oh, can't actually reach there through this area to get out of here. Up there. Okay. Hey, Raz Nakira. Congratulations, you received 100 messages today with restream chat. Oh, nice. Sick. Been a minute since we chatted. How you doing, bro? Oh, just playing some Zelda. Not much. Not much. Just wanted to play a console game. Wasn't there some secret in the center of that circle of rocks made with the mirror or flute? Yeah, I know. I'm just trying to look for the... I'm just gonna get it over there at number 2, because number 2 was where my next objective was. Yeah. Number 2 is going awesome. Oh, it definitely is. I'm just finished up the first draft of chapter 2, so I'm pouring over it. Also going over... I'm gonna also go back through chapter 1. It won't be any major changes, but it will be just a few tweaks here and there to better connect a few things here to the future chapters. Yeah, the only major problem is that I found myself in just in a bit of a situation where I was once again looking up these YouTube channels for writing advice. It's not like the advice they gave was necessarily bad, but I have to recognize I spend so much time watching that not only is it being an actual unironic waste of time, but it's also getting to a point where it's making me doubt if, oh my god, it's making me think, oh man, is this like good enough? Maybe I need to change things. And genuinely, I have to recognize that if I start thinking that way, I'm never gonna finish this. So I need to be firmly decide on a vision and just go through with it and just stop looking and for the love of Jesus H Christ, stop looking up writing advice channels, because all that shit's doing is, at this point, is making me doubt myself. And obviously wasting my time with how long those are, because Jesus Christ, the writing advice channels make videos that are sometimes 20 minutes long, and it's just it's just so much. There we go. There we go. We finally did it. I saw this at the start of the stream, and now 4 hours later, almost 4 hours later, we finally got it. We finally got it. Amazing. Oh. Ba 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 ba. Oh, I'm in a dungeon. Hold on. So what's the plan now? Plan is just lock in. Just stop looking up. Just stop distracting myself with like those people that make me doubt, and just zero in on the vision. Doesn't have to be perfect. It doesn't matter if it's perfect. Just need to stay focused on what I want to say. Hey, as long as I'm confident that I know what I'm telling is right, then I'd say that's more than I could. That's the most I can possibly do at this point. Because let's be real, if you don't believe in what you're doing, let's be real, how are you gonna convince someone else that what you're doing is the right thing? You know what I mean? You can't expect others to buy into you're not into your own hype if you can't believe in it. I keep missing these shots. Oh my god, shooting gallery flashback. For real. Ah! Oh my god, this is even worse than the shooting gallery. There you go. Find the key, find the key, find the beautiful key. Okay, let's push that way. No, only one way. A linear dungeon design for now, but kind of fine with this, considering all the open-ended nonsense I had to do to get to this point. Hammer. What's this? Oh, water. The water valve. Okay. That's pretty good. Imagine this is gonna be something of a water type of temple with it. You have to put the water levels up and down. It shouldn't be too bad. Pull it. Oh. I've been waiting if you would let me create something dope for yourself just in case you ever feel like having something drawn for yourself. Just hit me up. Yeah, yeah, I know. I'll let you know. I'm currently budgeting for the visual novel, and I did speak to Juan about a few things since he did offer up to do the visual novel art. He had for reference, he does have experience in doing visual novel art in the past. So, and having that bit of a consistency does lend more to the visual identity of what I'm trying to do. You know, not that I'm opposed to having different art styles, of course, but it's definitely something to take into account. I will say though, it's definitely, from what I've talked to Juan, it's definitely gonna be a pretty penny. What I'm doing is definitely gonna be a pretty penny. It's making me think, how am I going to really pull this off? Because some of the ideas I had were, I mean, it's not like I had some super ambitious ideas, but it's definitely making me think that I should probably rework some of the things I have in mind to make sure I don't accidentally go over budget. Like, for example, something I was thinking about adding to the visual novel was voice acting. And it wouldn't be that much. It would just be in a few key scenes here and there. But while the voice acting wouldn't be super duper expensive in the short term, it's something that I have to think that in the long term might end up being an issue. I have to really think about that. Make sure that I don't just go over budget on what I'm trying to do. Just don't end up in a situation where in the future I end up overspending. Oh. Can I send something there? Like, I don't think I can send anything there because the arrows, see, definitely not gonna reach it. Magic's definitely not gonna reach it. The bomb definitely can't reach it. So I'm just kind of stuck here until I find the blue switch. Ooh, treasure. It's locked. If you have the big key, we can open it. Well, we don't have the big key, so we... Oh, oh, I think I accidentally pressed too early and the fairy didn't heal me completely. Oops. Oh, come on. We got the compass. I'm working with Nat, who of course has her own very different visual look, but it's but but I think it's fine for at least the what I would say was the manga portion that have different art styles, and then yeah, because the idea was to just have different art styles and in the initial creation process, and then have someone to adapt all those different styles within a more consistent look. But with Juan having a lot of experience with visual novels, it does mean that the workflow, so to speak, would be a lot more streamlined. Oh yeah. Voice acting actually be a massive for the visual novel. It eats up budget quick, so playing it makes total sense. Yeah, it's not like I was gonna have full voice acting the whole way through, but it was more so in specific scenes. For example, there were scenes where, you know, music's a pretty big part of the series, so I was thinking maybe having a few scenes here and there where there are maybe some clips of singing. It wouldn't be too much. It would be maybe 1 or 2 lines. And then, of course, there's also this is more of a big, ambitious idea, but I was thinking of having voice acting during the races, stuff like the announcer during the races, the characters themselves when they're, you know, strategizing. And on paper, it doesn't seem like too much, but yeah, I have to recognize that, yeah, it would be something that eats up the budget very, very quickly. So I have to be very, very careful if I'm even going to implement that in the first place. Because like I said, it's not like I went into this project thinking it'd be cheap. I do have a budget accounting for this, but having it all laid out in front of me is putting things into perspective of how much I'm gonna be spending here. So I do have to be careful with how much oh. Very, very careful. For real? Go further. Go further. Okay. I fucked up here. I have to re-enter this room. If ever tests us the first character concepts or brainstorm rough ideas, but we're passing it to Chin, to him might be totally on the help of the air character. Yeah, thanks for the offer. I'm not sure if I really need any big help in that front, since I already have a very good... I've already mapped out in my head how I'm gonna work out this first route. I know exactly what I want to do and like characters I want to work out. It's not like the entire thing is set in stone, but I at the very least know exactly how I want everything to look like. But yeah, but it's not like at the same time, it's not like oh my god, I just fucked myself here. But at the same time, it's not like everything is, like I said, it's not like everything is set in stone. Depending on once I start releasing the chapters, I am open to, you know, moving things around here and there. Just oh my god, I think I have to redo this. Go all the way back up there. Holy, oh, this dungeon's great. This dungeon's something else. That it's like what I was talking about earlier, where I saw an interview with a game director from Square Enix, and that, long story short, while he is open to feedback from criticism, he still wanted to deliver a unique vision that, even if it might not be popular with everyone, it's still something that uniquely comes from his mind rather than just purely from feedback. So that's kind of what I'm going about. That I'm open to ideas to make sure that the best possible version of what I want to do comes to fruition, but at the same time, it's not gonna be something to where I just think, oh well, people, this group of people thinks that this sucks. Might as well just throw the whole thing out and start over. That's not gonna happen. That's it. Wait, did I get the key? Wait, hold on. Did I get the key or something? Did I get the big key? Wait, hold on. I'm not gonna reverse. I'm not gonna reverse. I always want to check what did I get from there. What did I get from there? Oh, rupees. Okay. We got rupees from there. Okay. For some reason, I thought there was a key here. Are you sure? There doesn't even seem to be a door to open up here. I thought for sure that'd be something like that. Okay, that didn't work. Oh yeah, they should be dropping soonish. Well, the first chapter should be dropping soonish because I specifically made sure that the first chapter was simple enough, I would say, in terms of presentation and the things needed to make it work. Right. So I made sure that the first chapter would only use a very small number of characters and backgrounds, so good luck redoing that room, though. Oh, yeah, I have to keep redoing this whole area. It's actually driving me something insane. But at the same time, I've been streaming for about 4 hours, so maybe my mind's starting to reach the limit, especially since it's already about... Damn, it's already midnight on my end. Already past midnight, I would say. Yeah. Yeah, so chapter 1 is basically done. It just needs a very small tweaks here and there to connect it with chapter 2, as well as, well, the actual art assets that Juan will provide. I've also been trying to get in contact with a background artist, but yeah, I have a few people in mind for the background art, but yeah, I'm currently working that out with a few people I know. But like I said, I'm giving the few people I have in mind for the background art, I'm giving them a few days to respond. Because at the same time, it's kind of what I was talking about earlier, where trying to send DMs through something like Twitter is kind of dog shit, because I was trying to communicate with someone. Hold on. So I was trying to communicate with someone on Twitter, and they sent me a message, but I didn't see it until way later because I didn't get the notifications from their DMs. And I don't know why. Didn't pull me up. Great. And I have a feeling it's not, and I have a feeling it's not just Twitter, and it's not by accident, because something similar happened on Instagram where I tried to communicate with someone and my DMs definitely did not send a notification on their end. I generally couldn't tell you what's going on. But it does make communicating with all these people, the artists I want to work with, far more troublesome than it needs to be. Oh, I think I need to hit it again, right? Yeah, I think I need to. Oh, I'm kind of trapped in. Am I though? Maybe I'm not, actually. Maybe I'm not, actually. Yeah, I'm just moving backwards, man. Wait, hold on. Okay, so this just leads to the... Right, so this just leads to the room with the compass treasure chest. Like that. Oh, God. Heading up. Oh, fuck. Oh, God. Okay, I gotta hurry up. I might actually get booty blasted here. Hearts. I don't need money. Just give me hearts. Okay, we got the big key. Okay. So, it's not the worst thing in the world if we die now. You know, that's fine. Because either way, I was gonna backtrack anyway. And what's here? We got boing. This is the hook shot. Extends and contracts and boing. It can grapple many things. Get the key. So I need to lower the water level here, clearly. And find a room where I can do that. Is that it? Go. Oh. I forgot to share. I ended up drawing some animated alerts to me, but we'll have to have a look. Yeah, are they on your, I think it's your Twitter account? If you posted them on social media, or say if someone else posted them, I can go take a look. And you retweeted them, I'll go take a look. Wow, I'm almost done and I just started this. Boom. Only one enemy turned. I'll share in Discord. All right. Like I said, I'll check it out after the stream. It's a bit light on my end, so if it takes a while, you can assume I went to bed probably, but I will likely be looking at it later then. After I wake up, I mean. Okay. It's not here. Other side, other side, other side. Push. Stop. I'll stop. Just want to make it through the dungeon. You're getting stopped up. Oh, that's crazy. Oh, this is pretty crazy then. That means I literally can't do anything until I get to the other side there. I need to go wherever that place is. You sure would, yeah? Yeah, like I said, I'll check it out after the stream. But yeah, okay. Good to know that it's already set and done. I'll keep an eye out for it. Guess you in Discord later. All right then. Later. Good night. Just in case I don't end up answering before going to bed. And I can just rewind and save myself a whole lot of time, but I told myself I wasn't gonna do that for this game. I already did it for the shooting gallery, but that was just me not wanting to waste too much money on nonsense, and it turned out that was absolutely the correct move because I had to spend a whole lot of money to get the flippers and the upgrades, storage. When it comes to traversing this dungeon, no way. It's gonna be pure. If I don't beat this through pure skill, expression of skill, the way good old Miyamoto intended, then what am I even doing? Wait, this is a fire thing. Wouldn't it be weak to ice? Hold on. Am I tripping? Okay. Never mind. Yeah, I was tripping. That did nothing to him. And the arrows do nothing either. Got in. Yeah, the hook shot does not even care about that. It literally can't do that. Killing all the enemies did a whole lot of nothing. Good to know. So I know I don't have to go through there again. What about this? And then I go through the other side. That was the way. Give me hearts. I don't need money, I need hearts. What the hell? I didn't even fully explore this room. I didn't even know there was anything else there. No, the thing is, I probably shouldn't even be doing this dungeon. So I might just get to bed without finishing. Not because I don't want to finish this dungeon, but because not only have I been streaming already for a long time, but there is a real chance I'm going to be spending so much time on the boss fight of this dungeon that I will likely see the sunrise by the time I finish this. So I'll really thinking about it. Not here. Really thinking about it, I will likely just go for one more full life of trying to do this. And if I can't beat this dungeon within this HP bar, I'll call it quits. For tonight, I mean. At least I know what to do with the dungeon. I already got the hook shot, so it's not like, yeah, I will be starting this place from zero. There's a lot more to do here. I don't think that moves. This moves either. Test out everything to make sure I didn't miss a single thing. Hey, see? Told ya. That was just money, mind you, which I don't really need now. It does show that trying out everything is important. Okay. immediately went down as soon as I. Immediately turned around and I just went, "You can't do that. You can do that." No, that is the next place to go. I don't know. This is the next area of the dungeon. Yeah, I don't know where else to go from here. Boss fight is up. Oh, what? Oh, on the next section. No bomb. There are no bomb spots in any of the walls here. Gotta really check to make sure I didn't miss out on anything. It's also just as likely that I should just actually head backwards. Maybe the changing in water levels did something earlier. Where'd all the water go? Right, if it's going downwards, maybe it's going somewhere. Yeah, that's what I'm suspecting now. That if I go to a lower floor, it would lead to more. Would lead to more water in the lower floors. Go power through it. Calculated. They go hop on now. Make it to the boss. Good luck and have a good night. And sorry if I wasn't pushing backseat to territory. No, that's fine, man. I was asking for stuff anyway, so it's totally cool. Good night, man. Well, if I don't, yeah, like I said, I think I'll end up tapping out for the night if one of two things happen. I either don't figure it out fast enough or I die. I don't think I can really afford to keep going on like this for the night. There definitely comes a point where your gameplay is now being negatively impacted by how long you've been streaming and you really need to go to sleep. I need that. I check every door I went through, make sure I didn't miss something. Yeah, I didn't think there was anything here, but I am getting hard, which is shocking. Almost like the game doesn't want me to tab out for the night. If I reach the boss, it'll be pretty quick too. I wouldn't mind. Won't see me complaining about that. So, came from the right. Any way to reach there? Oh, it doesn't look like there's anything useful there either. I'll laugh if it turns out there was actually shit there to collect though. Honestly, wouldn't be mad. That would just be how classic how it goes. Any way to kill that water thing? With a nice rod? I didn't kill it. Froze it, and it didn't make death noise. Just not killing it. Maybe the arrow? I don't think the arrow is gonna do it, but at least I gotta discard the option. I'm gonna try 4 more times. The arrow. Okay, definitely not the arrow. Okay, that doesn't affect. Okay, nothing in my arsenal affects it. I sincerely doubt that doing this is productive in any way. Just wanted to check if is this one of those rooms where if you kill every enemy, see it disperses, so it doesn't die. It unless there's a secret door actually beneath the waterfall. Hey, yeah, there we go. It's a classic. Secret beneath the waterfall. Oh, and they're going. Boss fight? It's the boss fight. Ah! Oh, that actually just killed me. Alright. Alright. Save and quit. think that's about good enough for tonight. I'll try the boss fight again when, I'm not running on past my sleep schedule and not on a nearly 5-hour stream. So good night to whoever's still watching.